can see, my name is Matt Koselica. I have psoriasis and psoriatic arthritis, and I became involved with the Psoriasis Foundation around 2002. And shortly thereafter, I became a volunteer. I reside in the Richmond, Virginia area, and I'm also a board member for the foundation. So I have the honor to get us started today by introducing two people who will be presenting one after the other. The first is the president and CEO of the Psoriasis Foundation, Randy Baranek. Randy joined the foundation in 2008, and quite frankly, his leadership of the NPF has been astounding. He has focused on three main areas of research, advocacy, and outreach to help improve all of our lives. And he's had major successes to both of those areas. Also, Randy's been paramount in two key objectives: the creation of the Patient Navigation Center, which is an outreach center dedicated to helping all of us with psoriasis. And I know many of you have made use of it. And probably his most recent initiative is to fund research to specifically discover a, discover a test to officially diagnose psoriatic arthritis. Randy will be followed by Chip Newton, who's a current chair of the Psoriasis Foundation. He also joined the board at the same time that Randy became CEO of the foundation. Chip's used his experience in the finance industry to great benefit for the NPF, and he became chair, I believe it was just under 2 years ago now, of the board. And I have to say, we have all been very fortunate that Randy and Chip have been in the positions they've been in over the past year for all the impact COVID has had. And yes, we know it's impacted everybody's lives and it's impacted corporations, but trust me, it's impacted nonprofits as well. So having said that about both gentlemen, Randy, you have the floor.
Well, thank you, Matt. Appreciate that introduction. I rarely hear my name and the word astounding in the same sentence, but I'll certainly take that. But appreciate you kicking things off here, and welcome everybody. I think it's, well, it's afternoon Eastern time, so good afternoon to many of you. And here on the West Coast, it's a beautiful sunny morning in Portland, Oregon. So you know, there's all kinds of severe weather throughout the center part of the country. I hope wherever you are, you're indoors and safe. Yeah, I wanted to share just a couple of thoughts with you. You've got a lot of an agenda chock full of all kinds of really interesting stuff today, and appreciate not only you being here today, but all the work that you do for not just the NPF, but our community of patients and caregivers, and that we care most about, that and the things that you do all year long. And speaking of a year, can't go far without it being reminded that it was almost 1 year ago today, at least in Oregon. It was a year on the 16th where we first shut down the world that we live in because of the pandemic. And in the year that's transpired since then has been it's been uniquely interesting, to say, to put it mildly, and put it positively. But you know, the National Psoriasis Foundation and me personally, we've been affected just like all of you, and we've had to adapt the work that we do, the way in which we live, the way in which we interact with our loved ones and our colleagues. And but yet the work of the foundation, you know, has never been more important than it is today. Our community. Yeah, what the heck is Okay, somebody, the mute button, please. But our community of patients and their caregivers rely heavily on the NPF, always has, and our work has never been more important. And being able to do the work of the foundation when our patient community probably needs us more, given the circumstances of the pandemic than ever before. But it's been a year in which I've spent very little time with people outside of my bubble. Personally, I see people on Zoom calls and Microsoft Team calls all the time, but it doesn't replace the vivid interaction that you have when you're when you're 3D with other people. And it's certainly, I'm sure I'm not the only one that's missed it terribly. Very few of of my colleagues that work at the NPF I've even seen in the past year. Our offices, our headquarters in Portland, and then our Alexandria office have been on remote work pretty much for the entire year. We're still open, and on any given day when I'm in the office, there's probably 6 or 7, maybe 8 people, whereas normally there's probably closer to 50. And so we're certainly socially distant in our offices. It's kind of an eerie place sometimes when you go into work on a Monday or a Tuesday and there's almost no one there. But our work, we've adapted to how we interact with folks, and you'll see that and hear that in some of the things that are being talked about today. That our advocacy work has continued. It's been even more challenging on a federal level, as we're not able to go to Capitol Hill in person. Many of the congressional offices are closed to visitors and outside public. But certainly on a state level, we've got a number of states, several that we're working with right now on legislation, and they're all in different places in terms of how we're able to interact with legislators and our constituents and trying to advance policy that's favorable to our communities in those states. But the impacts on the organization touches really every part of what we do, not just the fact that we can't get together in person, but it's affected our ability to reach folks in the same sort of way that we have before. Fortunately, we've, like a lot of organizations, have been able to adapt and continue to be relevant to our community. Our revenues are off about 10% where they were a year ago before pre-pandemic, and we're just so grateful that we've been able to course correct and keep generating revenue to support the important things that we do, like our research initiatives and our advocacy work, and then obviously our outreach and education activities through the Patient Navigation Center, through our myriad of podcasts and all the other ways and different platforms that we reach our community. But that's what's happened the last year. Right now we're in the process of putting together our budgets for revenue and expenses for our new fiscal year, which will start July 1. And so that's a process that takes several months to get it all put together and the plans laid for what's ahead. But I think Matt mentioned a couple of things that really excite me about the near-term future, not just the prospect of being able to see people in person again, and hopefully that's not far off. But our research initiatives that have been underway, the two that I think are the most exciting are PSA diagnostic test grant project that Matt referenced. We had six institutions that have received funding. They're about a year and a half in. They'll complete their second year later this summer, and we'll be selecting 2 of those 6 to go forward, and we'll ramp up the investment that we're making in those projects, and fund those for up to another 3 years, with the hopes that at the end of that time, we'll have some way of being able to diagnose psoriatic arthritis in a much more expeditious way. And that will change life for people that are living with psoriatic arthritis, clearly. The other initiative that's been underway is our psoriasis prevention initiative. We have 3 institutions that are working hard on that particular project. The notion here is to identify some intervention that could prevent the onset of psoriasis to begin with, or to mitigate the possibility of recurring psoriasis or flares. And another possibility with that project is to prevent the onset of comorbid conditions. And that's incredibly exciting. That's fundamental to our mission. And the projects that are working on that now, the institutions, the academic teams, it's unique in that we required all of our sites to even apply. They couldn't do it as an individual institution, that they had to have at least 2 institutions that were collaborating on the project, and they had to have investigators that represent more than one discipline. So it couldn't just be in genetics. It had to have another discipline within the research community to be a part of that. And I know I speak for our board of directors and our staff in saying how enthusiastic we are about the outcomes of that, and look forward in watching these very closely, and hope to achieve the outcomes that we set forth. And so that's really going to be big priorities for us in it'll be FY22. It's starting July 1. And in the meantime, there's a lot of work left to be done before June 30, which is when our fiscal year closes next month. Some of you, hopefully lots of you, will be in our what's our second Capitol Hill Day, virtual Capitol Hill Day, and looking forward to that. And hopefully in FY22, a year from now, we'll be in person at Capitol Hill Day. But I know this is going to enable us, the virtual nature of it allows us to reach people in a different way, and maybe even more people through the platform. So looking forward to participating in that and being a part of it with all of you. So I'm going to stop there, Matt, and pause. I think Chip may have joined us, but I know he wants to share some thoughts about his time as chair of the board. As Matt mentioned, he's nearing the end of his term, a 2-year term as chair of the board, and I know he has a lot of things that he wants to share about that's happened during his not only his time as chair, but as a leadership volunteer, and then his thoughts on kind of what lies ahead for the NPF in his view. So Matt, thank you again for hosting and allowing me a chance to visit with our friends this afternoon.
Quite welcome, Randy. I have not seen Chip though. Chip, are you there?
Randy, was he coming from the med board meeting? Oh, you're on mute.
He was not in the med board meeting, so I put a text into him a few minutes ago to see if he was all set, and I haven't heard back from him. So I'm sure he'll be joining us at some point.
Sure.
So you might want to just go ahead with the agenda and plug him in when he joins us.
Sure, I concur. Okay, thanks, Randy. And thanks for that wonderful news. I don't know if you see the chat room, but you're getting a lot of affirmative responses from that. So awesome. All right, everybody. It's my pleasure now to introduce to you Jackie Domeyer. Excuse me. Jackie's Director of Research and Medical Affairs for the Psoriasis Foundation. And she's going to introduce us to 2 physicians who are conducting some of the research that we are sponsoring. Those would be Dr. Samuel Huang and Dr. Alexis Ogdi. And Jackie, the floor is yours.
All right, thank you everybody for joining us this morning. And I know we have a lot of interest in the research efforts, and Randy, touched nicely on a lot of the large ones that we have started in the recent years. And I just kind of wanted to give like a brief background of the research and the grants program that we have. And so this is actually all of the different grant offerings that the NPF has initiated and continued over the years. And, as Randy mentioned, recently, we had the PSA diagnostic test grant, which is again looking at funding projects that are developing a diagnostic test for psoriatic arthritis to try to really prevent the time that it takes for people with psoriatic disease to actually get diagnosed with psoriatic arthritis and try to prevent that irreparable joint damage. And then also the PPI, which is the latest big initiative that the NPF has funded. And I just wanted to mention too that this year we started another kind of priority mechanism in the mental health space, and so trying to support projects that are investigating the impact of psoriatic disease on mental health and then potential interventions for that. But in the past, really the grants program of the NPF is really focused on kind of supporting some of these early stage projects, and also for those that are pretty early in their career, because it's a little bit difficult to get large national institutes of health funding when you're kind of just starting out. So, the NPF has really gotten a lot of good feedback from the community that we do support some of these early career researchers when our budget was a little bit smaller. And then with the hopes that they would then be able to start these projects that are looking at psoriatic disease and trying to really, move the needle in the research space in psoriatic disease, and then be able to go on and get some of these like larger dollar amounts of funding from, in the institutes and the National Institutes of Health. And we can go to the next slide. And so this is just showing kind of the increase of the grant funding that the NPF has offered over the last a lot of years here, so 12 years. And so it really, again, started off at a really low dollar amount. And we funded like a couple fellowships for those that were just starting out their research careers. And, it's really grown very largely over the last year. So last year we funded $3.3 million in research. And that was the initial year that we did fund the PPI, so the Psoriasis Prevention Initiative. But as our budget and dollar amount has grown, we've been able to expand into these kind of focused initiatives, looking at solving some of these questions and some of these research gaps that we have. And so it's really exciting that the NPF is really starting to kind of drive where, the psoriatic disease research is going. And, when we hear feedback from our patients and, what their struggles are and, the research that would be able to improve their lives. And then we can go to the next slide. And it's been nice over the last year. We actually performed kind of an outcomes analysis of our grants program, since we've had some of these bigger dollar amounts over the last year, and we've been able to kind of evaluate are these programs being successful. So with our bridge grant program, it's looking at providing funding for people that are trying to get that NIH or National Institutes of Health level of funding. And so we evaluated that program for the 2017 to 2018 year. And you can see here, so our initial NPF investment, was around like $250,000 here. And then, that's obviously exponential, that the subsequent NIAMS funding that was achieved. So NIAMS is one of the institutes in the National Institutes of Health that really funds a lot of the skin research and also the joint research that's going on that's federally funded. And so you can see here that there was a $5.5 million investment that came from the NIH from one of the bridge grants that we funded that year. And then the early career program, same thing. Some of these young researchers that use kind of our seed money to really start off and kick off their research program in the psoriatic disease space. And there was a $600,000 investment that year, and then subsequent funding from those researchers, was $1.2 million. So, we're keeping people in and supporting people in the psoriatic disease space, and so they're able to go on and get that funding. And the two researchers that we've been invited to present today are ones that they've been had a relationship with the NPF for many years now. And, they kind of started off with some of these, smaller, research questions that they had, and we were able to provide, the dollar amounts to kind of support that initial research question. And then they have gone on to receive subsequent NPF funding and then also subsequent NIH funding, to continue their research in that space. And so our first presenter is going to be Dr. Samuel Wong. He's the professor and chair of dermatology at UC Davis. And he also received the Psoriasis Research Achievement Award from the American Skin Association last year. He's been, again, a long time constituent of the NPF, and he's also a SAC member. And then the second presenter is going to be Dr. Alexis Ogdi, and she's an associate professor at the medicine at Hospital of University of Pennsylvania, and she's also director of the Pennsylvania Psoriatic Arthritis and Spondyloarthritis program. And she's also a SAC member now with the NPF. So that's our scientific advisory committee. So we meet quarterly and kind of talk about the research and what the science initiatives or if they're in line with the rest of the community, and again, questions that community thinks that we should be investing in. And so I will go ahead and turn it over to you, Dr. Wong.
Great, thank you so much. I really appreciate that kind introduction, and it's a pleasure for me to share some of our research, which is indeed sponsored by the National Psoriasis Foundation through their translational grant. So I'm going to share my screen. And I'm going to, can everyone hear me? I just want to make sure the audio is okay.
Yes.
Great. Let's start here. Okay, so I just want to say a couple of words, maybe to introduce myself. This is myself back in 1984 when I had a lot more hair. And I was a medical student at Harvard Medical School, and I wasn't really sure I wanted to go into research. I had planned to go into a career of practicing medicine at that time. But fortunately, I met a very prominent Swiss scientist in about 1986. And I went to Basel, Switzerland to do a one-year fellowship, but it turned out to become a 3.5-year PhD in Switzerland studying mitochondrial genetics. And so, but that gave me a love for research, which I then continued at UCSF as a resident in dermatology. I spent 2 years being a resident and then switched to a research track where I spent 3 years doing a fellowship in immunology. And that's where I began to love the immune system and thought that we could apply that knowledge to understanding skin immunology in diseases like psoriasis. And that became very, very helpful for my career. My first job was at the National Institute of Health in Bethesda, Maryland, at the dermatology branch of the National Cancer Institute, which had a rich tradition in immunology and fundamental basic science in the skin field. After spending 11 years there, and toward the end of that 11 years, I started getting interested in psoriasis, and through a very fortunate collaboration with another NIH scientist, we started working on a pathway that is clearly important in the trafficking of T cells and how T cells get from your blood into the skin to generate psoriasis. And we've generated a number of publications from that work, and we still actively work in that field. And this was the first project that the NPF sponsored for my laboratory investigations. And so after a brief 7 years at the Medical College of Wisconsin, where I was chair and did research, a lot of it with under the auspices of the NPF. And there I received my first R01 grant after leaving NIH. And again, I want to credit the NPF for sponsoring that work that led to that R01 grant. So currently I'm at UC Davis, where I'm the chair and professor of dermatology here in Sacramento, California. So again, thank you, NPF. Received a number of discovery and translational grants. They're all R01 in 2013. And that work has led to what are called small business grants from the NIH that actually fund the development of new drugs. And the drug that we have is specifically for potential treatment in psoriasis. And we are actively investigating that new drug in psoriasis and want to find out whether it would be beneficial for patients with psoriasis and for you all listening in today. And so with the funds that we've received, we've generated somewhere on order of 15 publications and work that has been in the Journal of Immunology, the Journal of Investigative Dermatology, and the Proceedings of the National Academy of Science, with a similar number of scientific talks at the SID, GRAPPA, and other international meetings of dermatology. So again, you can see why I'm very grateful for the support of the National Psoriasis Foundation. And I want to thank you, the volunteers and patients and donors who make that all possible for scientists like myself to get the funding necessary, the resources necessary to do the work that will benefit patients with this disease. So the aims of my talk today are to summarize some dietary recommendations for patients with psoriasis. And that's more of a clinical recommendation that is based on publications, not necessarily my own. Most of my work is actually in mice, and I wanted to show you that short-term dietary change can result in skin inflammation in mice. And this is without inducing obvious obesity in these mice. And I also want to show you some of our more recent results that short-term dietary change introduces very marked changes in the gut microbiome. And there may be indeed a connection between what we eat and our responses to inflammation in the skin. So in brief, these are some of the recommendations. That most of this comes from a very nice article, and I encourage you to download this article by Ford et al. From JAMA Dermatology in 2018. I believe this was done under the auspices of the National Psoriasis Foundation to help patients with psoriasis understand some of the data that's out there about what is or isn't beneficial in terms of diet for psoriasis. One thing that is fairly clear is that caloric restriction and dietary weight reduction is fairly effective, but it's difficult to do this. And the reason is most of us have a daily kilocalorie count or calorie count of about 2,000. But these so-called hypocaloric diets are diets of about half that much, 800 to 1,400 kilocalories per day. And so it is tends to be very difficult to maintain that kind of diet. But if you can maintain that, that's been shown to improve skin severity and to increase dermatology quality of life. And indeed, there are additional benefits when you combine them with standard psoriasis treatments like light therapy, topicals, or biologics. However, the research has also shown that diet alone may not be sufficient to maintain remission. And so there's clearly a lot more work that needs to be done to understand the relationship between diet, in a clinical sense, diet and psoriasis. And what is also not known is what is the effect of dietary weight reduction in patients with non-obese body mass index. Because most of the research has been done on patients who did have what would be characterized as obese body mass indexes. Many of you may have seen information about gluten in diets and wonder whether this can be helpful, or going on a gluten-free diet may be helpful for patients with psoriasis. The data that's out there suggests that if you do have confirmed celiac disease and psoriasis, okay, and there's a specific blood test that you can help us make that diagnosis, if those two conditions are met, then being on a gluten-free diet has been shown to help with the psoriasis as well. But this is actually a very small population of patients with psoriasis, those with true celiac disease. So it's not particularly helpful for the vast majority of folks who do not have confirmed gluten-free celiac or gluten-sensitive celiac disease. Okay, so there's some additional recommendations. What are the benefits of things like fish oil and vitamin D or vitamin 12 or selenium? These are minerals or vitamins. And basically the studies show that there really is, it's hard to show any benefit from these alone. And so trying to take large doses of any of these at this point is not really supported by the scientific literature. There are small published studies suggesting that taking micronutrients, these are a complex mixture of vitamins and minerals, may be beneficial to patients who are on methotrexate. And then there's at least one study showing that oral vitamin D may be helpful in some senses with the symptoms of psoriatic arthritis. But in general, it's hard to say that any one mineral or vitamin could be considered a therapeutic for psoriasis or psoriatic arthritis. So what kind of diet should one eat? Well, while the evidence is not strong, in the literature, it appears that psoriasis patients may consider a Mediterranean diet, and that is olive oil, fewer animal fats, more vegetables, less sugar, more fiber, as sort of an example of this kind of diet. And frankly, it's not a bad diet to be on. It's like Italian food, Greek cuisine. It's delicious. And actually maybe easier to take than some other diets like ketogenic diets, where patients often feel very uncomfortable or tired. But there is some data that suggests this kind of diet may be beneficial, and in part because it has lower amounts of fat and also reduced amounts of processed sugars and carbohydrates. And in our own research with mice, we have some data that suggests that simple sugars, sucrose, and that is in much of the so-called Western diet that we eat may be particularly harmful in terms of triggering unwanted inflammation. So in that Ford article that I cited, they mentioned that additional studies are needed to determine whether it is a type of diet or weight reduction that reduces psoriasis. And we also need to understand the associated mechanisms. And so this is exactly the kind of work that we have been doing in my laboratory over the last 2 to 3 years. And they mentioned some other questions. Clearly, there's a lot to be known, including the role of exercise in conjunction with dietary weight reduction. But we focused on those first two questions mentioned above. And it is well known through many epidemiologic studies that obesity is a comorbidity in psoriasis, along with metabolic syndrome, adult onset diabetes, hypertension, other factors. The obesity is important because it's a risk factor for the development of or aggravation of psoriasis itself and for psoriatic arthritis. And having obesity or being in that obese state can affect the outcome of anti-psoriatic biologic therapy. So it's actually a very important clinical question. And people have known for a while now that obesity or adipocytes, the fat cells, actually are in general pro-inflammatory. There are a number of major differences between what is lean adipose tissue and obese adipose tissue. And one of the major differences is the production of factors like TNF alpha, IL-6, and IL-1 beta. These are all pro-inflammatory cytokines that you may be aware of. Actually, sorry, excuse me. Drugs like Humira actually target TNF alpha in order to make psoriasis better. It's true that these adipocytes can produce these molecules, these cytokines, in the obese state, but there are some other questions that aren't yet answered. Because one of them is that diet is indeed one of the major contributors to obesity. That's very, very well known. The type of diet one takes contributes to
screaming, guys.
Now, before I go into our research, I just want to clarify one thing, and that's in terms of terminology. I'm going to refer to something called the Western diet. And this is a diet that is in the United States, in parts of Western Europe and other countries, that is characterized by moderate to high levels of fat and high sugars. That high sugar content is going to be critical here. And it's thought to be responsible for the development of obesity in many Western countries. In scientific research, many times they use what's called a high-fat diet instead of a Western diet, and that's because it's easier to do the experiments when you're controlling only one variable, and that is a diet that has high levels of fat, but it doesn't have excessive levels of sugars. And we wondered whether there's a difference between those two in terms of animals. And I just want to show this slide here before I go into the actual experiments, because you can think of at least several ways in which diet and obesity could relate to psoriasis. One is that diets could directly contribute to obesity, and that obesity is the risk factor that determines whether someone is more susceptible to psoriasis. However, it's equally possible that the type of diet itself, in terms of its contents, could be the risk factor, and that diets, of course, contribute to obesity, but this is just a confounding factor. It's actually the diet that leads to psoriasis. or that both could be risk factors or independent risk factors for psoriasis. So these are some of the questions we're interested in answering. And it's extraordinarily difficult to do this in patients because of the heterogeneity of your genetics. Every individual is very different, whereas laboratory mice have the same genetics. And so we can eliminate that variable and just focus on the question at hand. And so several years ago, Sebastian, you in my laboratory designed a very simple experiment when we put mice on either a high-fat, low-fat diet, a Western diet, or so-called control diet. Actually, the control diet and the low-fat diet are very similar. It's just minor differences between the two. It's really the high-fat diet and the Western diet that differ because this one has obviously very high levels of fat. The Western diet has high levels, moderate high levels of fat, and high levels of sugar. So that's our difference. And then we use a commonly used cream called imiquimod to stimulate psoriasis-like inflammation in the skin. And then we either put the cream on or a vehicle control. So it's basically to see what is the effect of these different kinds of diet on the susceptibility of these mice to psoriasis, okay, or skin inflammation when triggered by imiquimod. So I want to show you some of the body weight changes here. And over the course of the experiment, it's important to note that those mice on the high-fat diet, that's the upper line, gain a lot of weight. Okay, they become obese. You can see that literally in the photographs shown here. These mice are bigger, but interestingly, the Western diet that has high levels of sugar and moderate fats, they gain less weight. That's very, very obvious. Whereas the mice on the control diets gain normal amounts of weight for these mice as they grow a little bit older. So you can see what the difference of obesity. So there is some level of obesity and weight gain in both the Western diet and the high-fat diet. But what we were surprised to see is that the response to imiquimod, and that's measured here, and I'll just show you the photos. What you can very easily see is that the mice on the control diet and then treated with the imiquimod, they have this expected amount of thickening of the skin. It's a little bit worse here, but it's much, much worse in those mice on the Western diet. So the simple addition of sugars and actual reduction in the amount of fat actually makes these mice more susceptible to the inflammation induced by the imiquimod. You see the striking difference between this level of inflammation, lots of inflammatory cells, and thickening of the skin compared to the mice on control diet treated with the same drug. This is a normal mouse treated with vehicle for comparison. So this is the normal thickness of the mouse epidermis. You can see how it's greatly thickened in those mice on the Western diet with imiquimod. The next question we wanted to ask after doing those experiments was whether a dietary change by itself could induce inflammation in the skin. And this question had not been really answered in the literature before. And part of it is we had a wonderful postdoc, her name is Zenri Shi, who did this experiment. And all we did was put mice either on a control diet or the Western diet. And it takes a pretty good eye to realize that these mice, the ear of the mice here on the Western diet, have a little bit of redness and a little bit of very fine scaling. But when we take these mice and look at it under the microscope, you can easily see that these mice have thickening of the epidermis, which is the prominent feature in human psoriasis. They have lots of inflammatory cells in the dermis, and the skin is obviously very thickened here. It's twice as thick as the normal skin. And you can see many of the features of human psoriasis in these mice fed for just 4 weeks on this Western diet. And when we looked at the body weight, after 4 weeks, there is actually a non-statistically significant weight gain in the Western diet. There's a trend toward a little bit of increase in weight, but it's actually not statistically significant. So we could say that even in the absence of obesity, short-term dietary change going to the Western diet can induce inflammation in the skin that visibly looks like psoriasis. And when we use molecular markers of psoriasis, that is IL-17A and IL-17F, these are targets that we use now for drugs that treat psoriasis very successfully. Cosentyx is one of these drugs. You can see that in these mice fed the Western diet, they have tremendous elevations of IL-17A and F and IL-22, which are characteristic for Th17 inflammation, and that is the characteristic inflammation we see in human psoriasis. So by putting these mice on the Western diet, we see these massive changes in the skin, not so visible with the eye, but very visible under the microscope and with molecular tests. Now, we've also been studying most recently the changes in the microbiome that occur after the Western diet, because that is one of our hypotheses, that changes in the diet may actually lead to changes in the microbiome that then has a secondary effect of increasing our susceptibility to psoriasis. These are complicated charts, but basically we have 4 different groups of mice that are fed a controlled diet, a Western diet, or they're fed these 2 different diets in addition to stimulating the mice with IL-23, which is very important in human psoriasis. So the IL-23 is given systemically, and so it induces inflammation in the mice. All I really want to show you is that these outcome measures, these 4 different groups reflect, and the changes that you can see here, reflect differences in the microbiome with the different conditions. And what we see is that there are changes in the number and types of bacteria in the gut when you put them on Western diet, and even bigger changes when you combine that by adding IL-23 systemically. And this gives you an idea. This says how different are the bacteria in the gut microbiome when these 4 different groups. And you can see here that the biggest differences occur when you put the mice on a Western diet and add systemic IL-23. So we infer from that when people have a systemic inflammatory trigger and are having and could be eating a Western diet, that induces the most number of changes in the gut. Okay, so that begins to help us understand what kind of changes are happening. And right now, our work is focused on the exact mechanism of how that occurs. But I want to give you one very clinically relevant slide here from our work that was just published in JID. And that is, if you take a mouse that was fed a Western diet, okay, and give it an inflammatory stimulus, what happens if you keep feeding with the Western diet, or you change the diet back to a normal diet, a controlled diet? And the question is very relevant to humans, because it tells us what happens if you do change weight. What if you change your diet from a Western diet to a healthier diet, so to speak? And this is the result that we got. When we left the mice on that Western diet and gave them the stimulus, you see this very obvious scaling and psoriasis-like features on the skin. You can see it under the microscope. But when you put those mice who were first fed Western diet and put them on the low-fat control diet, then the mouse ears become remarkably better. And the ear thickening is much, much less. And we can thus show that by changing one's diet, or changing the diet in the mice, you can make a dramatic impact on their susceptibility to the stimulus, IL-23, even if they had previously been fed the Western diet for several months. And then this is one additional experiment. And many of you might have heard about fecal transplants. They are being considered in a number of autoimmune diseases, because it turns out that if you take fecal transplants from healthy patients and put them in patients with autoimmune characteristics, in some cases, this has been shown to decrease the amount of autoimmunity and improve their disease symptoms. And what we showed here was not that case. We did a different kind of experiment where we took fecal transplantation, or the source of it was mice fed Western diets, and gave that to mice on a normal diet before giving them this IL-23 treatment. And under those conditions, we find that the amount of inflammation is actually increased in those mice by transferring the gut microbiome. And that tells us that the gut microbiome by itself has some properties that can, even in mice fed a normal diet, can presumably change that microbiome to the worse, so that these mice become more prone to inflammation. So I want to end with that. I want to sort of summarize by saying that diet is actually one of the most controllable environmental factors we have that can be used to affect psoriasis susceptibility, severity, and potentially treatment. And our results support the clinical studies showing that caloric restriction and dietary change, if you will, can improve the efficacy of psoriatic treatment, and may encourage physicians and patients to pursue dietary changes not just weight reduction, but potentially just dietary changes in order to more effectively control their skin disease. So I just want to acknowledge the two wonderful fellows that did this work, Dr. Shi and Dr. Yu. They're back in China and Taiwan respectively, along with my collaborators at the University of California, Davis, and NIAMS, as well as, most importantly for today's talk, the National Psoriasis Foundation, without whom this work would not have been possible. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Wong. And we have had a couple of questions in the chat. I am going to maybe save some of the specific questions about which foods are triggers for, maybe when the dietitian is speaking, but there was a question if, a lot of these findings that were done in some of these clinical studies, if they were just with adults and if, these findings and recommendations are applicable to children as well.
Most of the studies are conducted in adults. Psoriasis is relatively rare in kids, and it would be very, very difficult to find enough. It would take a while to recruit the patients necessary to do a statistically significant experiment. You could do it, but it would probably take several years of work to do that. Most of the studies were done in adults.
Great. And then there was one question, and Dr. Ogdi did, put her comments in the chat, but Mario is about to undergo gastric bypass surgery, and is there's studies or work done showing if the reduction of inflammation from gastric bypass is really just because of the dietary changes or the reduction in weight, and so kind of mitigating the obesity cause of the inflammation.
Yeah, that's a very interesting question. My own personal thoughts. I mean, there's a good amount of work showing that the adipocytes do produce TNF alpha. I think both in some ways are contributory. And what our work did was to show that that dietary changes themselves are sufficient to cause changes. You don't necessarily need to have the obesity. What we don't know exactly is what the relative contribution of the obesity is versus the dietary change. And so we're working on experiments that could perhaps possibly distinguish between the two, but it's actually kind of difficult to do because when you change the diets to these Western diets, these mice over time certainly do become obese and gain weight. So that's it's an interesting question. My recommendation for patients is that generally when you go on diets like the Mediterranean diet, as long as the caloric content is maybe 3/4 to 80% of your normal dietary amounts, you will probably lose weight, especially in combination with exercise. You will probably lose weight. And at the same time, you get the benefits of the changes in the diet as well. So you're actually taking a two-pronged approach to this issue. You both reduce the level of obesity and adipocytes, and you also change the diet that might have that impact on the gut microbiome.
Great, thanks so much. And I think that like Dr. Wong's work really shows like some of these questions that we might not really be able to answer in some of these human studies. It's a lot easier to try to tease out the contribution of each of these factors in these animal studies. So thank you so much for that presentation. And then we will go ahead and turn it over to Dr. Ogdi, and she also has some diet work here, and we'll be interested to hear more in this space because it's always something that our patient community is very interested in, and it's something that is hopefully that we can control in our everyday life, right?
We hope so. Thank you.
Yeah, great, thanks.
Okay, can you hear me okay?
Yes,
Okay, great. And you can see my screen.
we can.
Excellent. Okay, thank you so much. And so nice to see you, Sam, and thanks so much for the kind of setting the stage because that makes it really easy to kind of jump in to the next piece. So we've been really interested in how do you make patients with psoriatic arthritis feel better? And we know that a lot of times patients get therapy and then they may get, they get better, but they don't get all the way better. So how do we make patients feel kind of more whole and well-rounded and kind of getting back to themselves? And this is where adjunct therapies like physical activity or exercise and diet can really play an important role. So this is something that we've been interested in studying, kind of just along with this concept of wellness in general. So I have also been very fortunate to kind of, in some senses, be raised in the funding way from the National Psoriasis Foundation. I had my first grant ever as a fellow from the National Psoriasis Foundation, which led to my Career Development Award from the NIH, or my K Award as it's called, which really set the stage for my career. So I am very thankful for the National Psoriasis Foundation and just getting to be a part of this at different phases. So, and then the work that I would be going to be talking about is a study that we're just getting off the ground that NPF has funded, and we've already gotten some additional funding for, so that's exciting. These are some disclosures not relevant to anything that I'm talking about today, but I do consult for other companies. So this is what I mean when I talk about wellness, that when we treat the patient with psoriatic arthritis as the rheumatologist or the dermatologist, we can just focus on the joints and say, I have treatments for that. I can give you this biologic medicine or these other medicines for that. I can treat your skin disease. I can give you topicals, or we can give you phototherapy and so on. But there's so many other pieces to what makes someone feel whole, and the disease can impact all these different pieces. So one of these is, being able to do work and get through a full work day. Another one is being who you want to be with your family and friends, being able to take care of the kids, make the lunches, get everybody ready, or taking care of your elderly parent. Emotional well-being. So depression and anxiety are very common in psoriasis and psoriatic arthritis. We've definitely seen more of that during the pandemic. Sleep disruption is really common. It's for anyone who has any kind of joint pain, or even the skin disease itself can cause sleep disruption. And that's associated with significant fatigue. And a lot of patients talk about fatigue. I also talk about exercise and muscle balance, that once you've had some joint disease, if you're not using the knee in the appropriate way, you kind of start limping. Now your muscles start to change their balance because they're trying to support you in a different way. And even when you get the swelling down in the knee, there may be residual pain because we have to rebuild the muscle and get it balanced again. And finally, there's this piece, which we're going to focus on today, which is diet. And I think that has a kind of wide-ranging effect, as Sam has nicely shown in his talks as well. Now, I just threw this slide in there as Sam was talking, as some questions were coming up. Yes, this is really one of the key pieces, is that psoriatic disease is associated with a number of comorbidities. And many of these are actually metabolic comorbidities. So there's an increased risk for cardiovascular disease, high prevalence of obesity, high risk for diabetes, and a risk for fatty liver disease. And these are all in part related in some way to the obesity. Cardiovascular disease seems to be kind of over the top of what you would expect from obesity. And then we talked about depression and anxiety. Eye disease, so eye inflammation like uveitis can be related. Many people also just have dry eyes. And then finally, inflammatory bowel disease like Crohn's or ulcerative colitis. Now, many people also have irritable bowel syndrome. That's actually not directly related to psoriatic disease. It's common in psoriatic disease, but it's not because of it. Inflammatory bowel disease is associated with inflammation in the colon or in the small intestine, or they're parts of the GI tract on biopsy. But as Sam has talked about, there are some kind of GI inflammatory pathways that may kind of be in addition to this or over the top. So there may be about a third of patients with psoriatic arthritis or ankylosing spondylitis or related disease. About a third of those patients have gut inflammation, but we can't actually see it on a colonoscopy, for example. So it's only if you biopsy it, you then see it. And there is some thought that what's going on in the gut is related to what's going on in the joints and the skin. So I'm going to focus more on this cardiometabolic portion, in particular metabolic syndrome and the overlap with psoriatic disease. Now, we've kind of talked about, I think there's been several kind of patient kind of talks associated about cardiovascular disease. So trying to explain how patients with psoriasis and psoriatic arthritis have an increased risk for cardiovascular disease. And this is one of the studies funded by the National Psoriasis Foundation from Nehal Mehta, who shows that in a normal patient, this is a patient without psoriasis, they have these nice normal vessels, but in a patient with psoriatic disease, this is their vessels. They kind of light up all along the way because there's inflammation there. And we think that this is even beyond obesity, but this kind of has to do with why we want everybody to get their lipids checked and make sure that you're getting good cardiovascular risk screening, and that we're taking care of this. But this is also just one piece. And so if we kind of think broader at all these different metabolic components, diabetes is another metabolic component and may contribute to cardiovascular disease. And it turns out that patients with psoriatic arthritis at any given age, so you can see my pointer here, the blue are patients with psoriatic arthritis. You'll see that for any age, the patients with psoriatic arthritis have a significantly increased risk for new diabetes at any age compared to patients who are just healthy controls, not necessarily healthy, they're going to the primary care doctor for any reason, and for even significantly more than patients with rheumatoid arthritis in the yellow here. So that's something different about psoriatic disease, that we see this difference in increased risk for metabolic disease like diabetes. This was another study that looked at the same thing, and they found that patients with psoriatic arthritis were about 43% more likely to develop diabetes at any point in time compared to the average patient in the general population. So why is that? We think that part of that is related to obesity. And again, here I'm just showing patients with psoriatic arthritis in blue, controls or kind of just the general population in green, and then rheumatoid arthritis patients in yellow. And you'll see that for any age, patients with psoriatic arthritis are much more likely to be obese. So the prevalence of obesity is much higher in psoriatic arthritis. And this is also true in psoriasis, but psoriatic arthritis patients tend to be even heavier than patients with psoriasis alone on average. And it's not just at the time you have the diagnosis. Actually, if you look back in time, we look back in the 5 years prior to diagnosis of psoriatic arthritis, and patients with psoriatic arthritis were even more obese 5 years before their diagnosis than patients with rheumatoid arthritis, population controls, or patients with rheumatoid arthritis or psoriasis. So the obesity is happening before the disease begins. And actually, there's a number of studies now showing that obesity is a risk factor for psoriatic arthritis. And as Sam mentioned, obesity is also a risk factor for psoriasis. So this is also just kind of further helping us understand that obesity is really strongly linked to psoriatic disease. In addition, among patients with psoriatic arthritis, if the patient is obese, they're much less likely to get to low disease activity. So among patients who started a therapy here at the baseline, they followed patients over time to see who achieved something called minimal disease activity, which means that you had one or less, or 0 or 1 swollen joints, 0 or 1 tender joints, and then kind of a good function score, kind of overall happy patient score, and so on. And what they found is that patients who were obese were much less likely to ever attain that kind of low disease level. Patients who were not obese were much more likely to obtain that. So there was a significant difference there. That led this group in Italy to then conduct a study trying to understand if you randomize patients to 1 or 2 different diets, will they improve their outcomes? And so what they did is they took patients who were starting a new therapy, a new biologic therapy, and specifically either etanercept Enbrel, adalimumab or Humira, or infliximab or Remicade. So one of those 3 drugs. And then they said, we're going to randomize you to either a Mediterranean diet or just a manage your calories diet. So you can eat whatever you want, just make sure your calories are under so much. And what they found is that the patients who were on the Mediterranean diet did do slightly better. So this is one of our only studies of diet in psoriatic arthritis to date. So the Mediterranean diet was a little bit better for the psoriatic arthritis. But what they found in this particular study was that it didn't matter really which diet you were on. What mattered was how much weight you lost. So among patients who lost 5 to 10% of their body weight, regardless of the diet, they were 3.7 times more likely to achieve that low level of disease activity on their biologic therapy. And among patients who achieved 10% or more loss of their body weight compared to the baseline over 6 months, they were 6.67 times more likely to achieve that low disease activity. So this shows that in psoriatic arthritis, the impact of weight reduction was huge. It had a significant and important impact for patients on achieving low disease activity. This is something I talk with my patients all the time about. If we're treating your joints, one of the things that we can do is give you a new therapy. But if I give you the new therapy, the likelihood that someone who's obese is going to achieve a low disease activity is relatively mild unless they're losing weight as well. And if they lose weight as well, then they can have a significant impact and achieve a much better outcome on therapy. So this was repeated in another way in Sweden. So in Sweden, they took a bunch of patients who were obese and they actually didn't randomize them. They just put them all on this one particular shake diet. And it was an extraordinarily low calorie diet. So 600 calories a day, and it was a shakes for 3 months. They basically did 3 shakes a day. They could have like a small dinner or like basically 1 meal a day in addition to the shakes. And what they found is that they basically replicated these results within that patient population and found that they had significant benefit, increase in functional activity, ability to do their daily activities. They decreased their swollen joints. They decreased their tender joints. And the interesting thing is once they transitioned them back to a regular diet, those patients actually maintained that good disease activity for the entire rest of the year. So that was really encouraging too, that there's different ways to do this dietary piece, but weight loss seemed to matter the most in that study too. So this is slightly different than what we've seen in the mice. But again, this is only 2 studies, only 2 diet studies so far in psoriatic arthritis. And it looks like the diet mattered maybe a little bit less than the actual weight loss. And there might be a number of reasons for that. We know that psoriatic arthritis patients often have osteoarthritis too, and weight reduction has a significant impact on osteoarthritis. So we might be getting some benefit in those joints that have osteoarthritis as well as those joints that have psoriatic arthritis. And that's partly just from the load. One of the orthopedists sometimes says that for every 10 pounds on your belly, it's 25 pounds to your knees. And that's true because the weight is essentially magnified for your knees. So that's really important. But we still wondered, is it really about the weight loss or, could this also be about the diet too? And Sam already mentioned this Ford study, so I'm not going to go into detail about that because he nicely covered that already. So we did a lot of work up to this point to understand what do patients, if we could create the ideal program for patients such that you sign in, as a rheumatologist, I'm sitting in the clinic with a patient, I'm telling the patient, we need you to lose weight in order to feel better. But patients often say right back to me, I've tried that. I've tried that so many times. You have no idea how many times I've been through that. So what can I do? And really, we need kind of a dedicated program for patients. And so what does that look like? We asked patients what that might look like. And one of the things that patients said is, I don't want to focus on weight loss. I've done that so many times. I don't want to get on the scale on a regular basis. I don't want to track my calories. I just want to focus on feeling healthy and eating healthy foods. So we actually took that to heart and designed a study that does that. So the study that's funded by the National Psoriasis Foundation is called the Diet and Psoriatic Arthritis Trial. We call it the DIPSA trial. So we just enrolled our first 3 patients on this trial recently and are getting things started. We have 1 site in Toronto, actually 2 sites in Toronto and 1 site in Philadelphia. And so the study is 3 different diets. We're randomizing patients at baseline. So they come in, they have to have some swollen joints. They have to have a certain level of disease activity. Patients have to be stable on their therapy because we're going to use this as an adjunct therapy. So we want patients to have been on the therapies for at least 4 weeks, be not planning to change therapies, but still have active disease, which is a large portion of our patient population, actually about half. And so then if they're obese or overweight, they're eligible. And we have them come in, we randomize them to 1 of 3 diets, and then we're going to follow them at 12 weeks and 24 weeks. And we have the different diets are structured in different ways to incorporate different ways of kind of getting people to stick to the diet. So there's some that incorporate regular feedback. There's some that incorporate regular dietitian check-ins. And there's some dietitian information that comes out of that we give people in the very beginning. So everybody meets with a dietitian in the beginning. So we structured this diet plan so that in the future, we know which one is the most effective, ideally, or if more than one is effective. And then we can structure an online program where this could be basically delivered online for our patients, maybe even through something like the National Psoriasis Foundation, where we could have someone who helps monitor this or work with a dietitian. And National Psoriasis Foundation doesn't know anything about that. So that's just my idea. So we will later get back to anybody about that. But in any case, we're not talking about what the diets are up front. We're focusing on different food groups. Some people will know when they're randomized to that diet what that diet kind of is, but none of them focus on tracking calories or tracking weight at home. But the goal is that people might lose weight on all of these, but they'll also change the way people eat. So with that, we have an extensive team. My co-PI for that study is Leahy Eater, and we're really excited to get this off the ground and kind of start getting results. So with that, I will open for questions.
All right. Thank you so much, Dr. Ogdi. And Matt actually had a really interesting question and was wondering if any of the weight loss studies looked at the impact on chronic fatigue.
Great question. So that's actually one of our primary outcomes, and they didn't specifically focus on that on the other. Actually, let me say, I think the one from Sweden did look at fatigue as an outcome, and it did improve. I will say that my patients, that's one of the things that they tell me when we do different type of dietary strategies, that they feel like the fatigue is one of the biggest benefits, and the outcomes that we're tracking closest, because we think that's also a really important outcome.
Yeah, that's great. Oh, Sam, go ahead.
Oh, no, I was going to just make a comment. Some of the diets, like the ketogenic diets, high protein diets, well known to that one of the side effects is fatigue.
Yeah.
And that's why people tend not to stick to them very much, and they tend to cycle back to their normal diets. And then they get this what's called yo-yoing effect with weight, which is not particularly good. Again, some of these diets are tough to take. And it's hard to say what the best diet is, but I think ones that are just short of those that help counter obesity and also give you sort of a balanced diet with enough nutrients and is probably the ones I would recommend to our patients at this point. And then the reduction of sugar. I think that sugar component is something that's very unusual and distinctive about the Western diet that most other diets don't have. And that, I think, is contributory both to the obesity and possibly to that inflammatory susceptibility as well.
And I also see, that all great points. And I see another question about difficulty losing weight, and is it possible you won't lose weight from the PSA? So one of the challenges with weight loss in general, and the dietitian can go through all this later too, is that as people get older, you burn less calories kind of at baseline. So your basal metabolic rate, the number of calories you burn while you're just sitting, is decreased. And so it does make it harder. But this is where increasing muscle mass, increasing calories out is really important. And that's really hard to do when you have a joint disease. And so people get really frustrated. But what I would say is, start slow and keep pushing forward, keep increasing little bits at a time. Even if you're only starting with 5 minutes a day, exercise is really important too in people who are having difficulty losing weight. So it's kind of a combination of different things.
Great. And then there was a question, about how people could, follow some of the results of the diet studies that are going on. And I will say, as the NPF, like if you don't follow our LinkedIn page, a lot of the times when our NPF funded awards have publications, we highlight those in there, and then we also try to highlight them in the advanced magazine. So then we've been having more of a focus on trying to disseminate the results of the research to our patients. But if Alexis or Sam, you had anything else to add there?
Yeah, great idea. And someone suggested that we make a website just so that people could follow what we're doing, because we don't have a lab website. We kind of do. We have it up in our internal part, so we're working on trying to put a better website together for outward facing, but I think that's exactly right, is we'll communicate all of our updates through to NPF.
Okay, great. Well, in the interest of time, we will move along. Jane, I will turn it back over to you.
Great, thank you, Jackie. Let me share my screen again here.
And again, thank you both so much for taking the time today to speak with all of us about your work.
Thank you. Have a good one.
Great.
Yes, thank you both to each of you and everybody. I hope you enjoyed that. I saw some great questions and dialogue occurring there. So now our next module will be perspectives on living with psoriatic disease. And it really is my pleasure to introduce one of our volunteers, Greg Kinsley. As you can see, he's from Ohio. And his story is really inspirational. It's fair to say Greg has had a lot of challenges thrown at him in his life that even goes beyond our common disease experience. And I don't want to take too much of his thunder. So, Greg, if you're ready, I'll turn the table over to you, and I'll set everybody up by saying this. Anytime I talk to Greg or see Greg, I feel like I could kick PSA's butt. There you go, Greg.
Wow, that's a heck of an entrance. So, hi everyone. My name is Greg Kingsley. Thank you, Matt, for that great introduction. So I am here to talk a little bit about my experience with living with psoriasis and what I've done to get around it and get through it. First, I want to say thank you to the National Psoriasis Foundation for all the amazing work and leadership that has come to this disease to get somewhere with it. I mean, and I'll talk about it in a second why it's so important to me, and also the researchers. Every time I talk to the researchers, I'm blown away. I mean, first of all, a lot of it is Greek to me. I'll admit that, but I'm glad that somebody understands all that Greek, because I just know that there's people, in our corner fighting for us, and the proof's in the pudding over the last years that I've had psoriasis. So, one quick thing: if I do make any kind of, if I share any advice or anything like that, especially in a medical nature, it's not my intent to tell anyone to do those things or to use those things. So, just a quick disclaimer: I'm just sharing what worked for me, and it's not necessarily what's going to work for everyone else. So keep that in mind as you listen to my story. So again, my name is Greg Kingsley. I'm here in wonderful Cleveland, Ohio, where it rocks. I'm originally from Hawaii, which a lot of folks might think that's amazing, and it is. But I absolutely hated living there for the first 20 years of my life. It was rough. So where am I? As a teenager, I was part of the Top Gun generation, the movie Top Gun, the original, by the way. I'm not talking about whatever's coming out now. So I wanted to be in the Navy, and I wanted to fly planes. I mean, that stuff was awesome. So the flying planes part, I didn't think that was really that possible. I mean, it's kind of it's like every kid wants to be an astronaut, every kid wants to be a president. I didn't think I could be a pilot, but I could at least be in the Navy. So as a kid, I loved going down to the naval base, and I would go to the open ship days every month, and I would visit all these ships, and I would get all the books. And the point is, I wanted to be in the Navy. If you asked anybody in my high school today about that kid in class who always talked about the Navy, chances are 9 out of 10 of them will be like, "Oh yeah, that's him. Yeah, I know. Is he in the Navy?" Yeah, no. And I'll explain what happened. So, I wanted to be in the Navy so bad. I thought I was going to do 20 plus years. I didn't care what I was going to do. I mean, I actually took Russian high school for 5 years. This was back during the Cold War, so I was thinking that would help. I wanted to be in working on aircraft carriers, on submarines. I didn't care. I just wanted to be in the Navy. I wanted to do my time. So I was really excited about this. So this was something that was my passion, my love. So right during high school, my senior year, I tried different ways to get in. But I finally tried the recruiter option. I went in, and I got signed on the dotted line, got all that good stuff done. And then they sent me to the medical review board, the MEP station there. And I was standing there, and this is where the doctors pointed at a lesion. We all have to stand in the line there with our shirts off. And I had a small little lesion. My psoriasis hadn't even popped up that much. I mean, it was still stuck to my scalp all throughout my preteen and teen years. And it really was more what people would think was, dandruff or seborrheic dermatitis. That's what all the dermatologists that I had back in the day would call it. So I had no idea what the heck this was, and the doctor would just give me some sort of lotion to rub on it and tell me to use whatever was out there to relieve the pain. So it wasn't until I got to the Navy's MEP station where they pointed out that simple little lesion on my trunk, and they said, "Hey, that's psoriasis." I was like, "What the hell is psoriasis?" And I also added, "Does that keep me from joining the Navy. And they're like, yeah, because the 3 doctors were like, yeah, we can give you waivers for other things. I have flat feet, by the way, which I don't understand what that is. But anyways, the long story short, it shattered my goals. And I didn't know what the heck to do with myself. So here I was graduating from high school. My next 20 plus years are shattered. No idea what to do. So I ended up working. My psoriasis started getting worse. And so it started transferring right from my scalp, my head down to my body. And it started to really build up on my trunk. And this is where, I started to take turns in my life, kind of in a dark area. I would start to avoid people. Even as an adult, I would be called crusty. I remember going to community college, and the guys would, call me, "Hey, crusty," and it's like, really, because I used to ride a motorcycle, and I used to have the lesions all over my forehead where the helmet would touch my face and my chin strap, and so it was pretty bad. You know how it is, right? You start getting a baseball cap and you start wearing longer sleeve shirts just to try to cover the lesions, and it would get longer, your sleeves would get longer, your cap would get pulled down even more. And finally, it gets to your eyebrows and you're like, what am I going to do now? So it was just a time that as a psoriasis patient, it really sucked. It really sucked. So this is the part we're living on why it was rough, because whereas most of the folks would come, go to the beach, right? Love the beach, surf and windsurf and wakeboard and all that great stuff. No way was I going to go down to the beach unless I was wearing full jeans, sneakers, socks, and even a full sleeve shirt. With people like, what are you doing? I just didn't want to deal with the questions. Like when someone would look at me and say, "Do you have herpes?" It's like, "Oh yeah, that's great. No, I don't have herpes. It's psoriasis, but thanks for asking." So here I was in a part of my life, and I didn't even realize how it was affecting me. I'd go to parties, and somebody would point out the pile of skin that I left behind. Kind of disgusting, but I didn't realize that my shirt tail was out. Or I'd go to a job interview, completely self-conscious about how I looked, and oh my God, do I reach across the table and shake the person's hand? My skin might fall out on his desk, so I'd actually walk around the desk. I mean, things like this, really start to weigh down on you. So it wasn't until a conference relatively recently, and actually it was with Matt, that I realized there's other people out there. I wasn't alone, that we were going through all this stuff, and it was really good. So I've had psoriasis now for about almost 35 years. I've got I can never say that word, comorbidities, as well as other diseases. I've had gout, sleep apnea, I still do. I had a massive pulmonary embolism last year. I've had thyroid cancer, and I've also had an acoustic neuroma, which is a type of brain tumor, which is a result why I'm deaf in 1 year today. So what are we going to do about this, right? So going to the doctor, I've been on everything, the coal tar, the tea tree oil, the holistic stuff that you try, the cooling nut oil, the Dovanex, Talcanex, methotrexate, Soriatane, Amaviv, Humira, Enbrel. I was on all those things. The initial stuff, just wasn't really helping, right? I think most people would understand that it's just rough. It maybe addressed the symptoms, but it wasn't really addressing the disease. So I noticed that things were going south for me, socially, right? I stayed away from people. I didn't like being close to people. I didn't like to be in group situations. So like I said, 99% of the folks would go down to the beach. I was the 1% that went up to the mountains. I stayed away from people. So I got to a point where my obesity, and it's interesting, this topic is very strong to me because I have struggled with obesity all my life, since a kid. And I have been, quote unquote, morbidly obese, medically speaking. I reached 316 pounds about 5 years ago. And I just realized I was in a terrible place. I needed to do something, right? The psoriasis medication that I was on was starting to wear off. The effects were not good. They were going to start bumping things up. They were going to return me to methotrexate. I was like, no. So I started exercising, and it was tough. 316 pounds. Look, that's tough. It's not easy. And there's everything about it that you say, yeah, I don't want to do this. But long story short, I ended up losing about 85, almost 90 pounds. And it's just strictly from changing my diet and getting some exercise. And I didn't do anything weird. I just went to the treadmill, I went to the gym, and I just did fun things, and I kept going. So that's the way to do that, the way I did it was through hope and through setting goals. Okay. And that's really what I want to talk to everyone about today. And I'm not a dynamo. I'm just an average guy. I really am. I mean, seriously, when I say if I can do it, seriously, if I can do it, anyone can do it, because I am really one of the most pessimistic guys you're ever going to meet. So how do you do this, right? How do you get out of this funk? Because it is a funk. You are definitely in a funk. And it took me a long time to realize it, but yeah, you're in a funk. How do you get out of it? And there's only one person who's going to get you out of it, and that's you. So you got to do something realistic. So setting goals, right? When I was in the hospital, they had just cut my vestibular cochlear nerve, which meant that I lost my hearing and I also lost my balance. I literally couldn't walk. I needed to figure a way to walk. So my literal goal after surgery was to sit up in bed, as silly as that sounds. Sit up in bed, and then sit up in bed for 5 minutes, and then stand next to my bed, and then take a few steps, and then actually make it to the bathroom on my own, and then use the bathroom on my own. That sounds crazy, but these were little things that I did, right? So eventually I was able to leave the room, and then maybe walk the ward, and then walk around the ward, and then eventually leave the hospital. So my point is right, it's little goals that will get you there. And yes, I've actually done 20 half marathons and full marathons. And one of my personal goals before I'm 50 is to do 50 states, a half marathon in each state. But you can't get there you can't just jump out of bed. And one of the things I always say about marathons, I hate marathons, even though I've done 3 of them, is it always takes the first step, right? 26.2 miles, it always takes the first step. In any journey in life, it's always that first step. And I guarantee you the first step is never race pace. It's never. I don't care how professional of a runner you are, you're never at race pace on the first step. You need to build up to it. So that is a lesson for all of life, is you need to do something small, take that very first step, and then take the next step, and then take another. And you know what, if you stumble and it doesn't feel right, you can take another step. You can do it again the next day. So, when you set a goal, you set something small that's attainable. That's the key here. You can have big goals. I'm not saying don't have big goals, but do something you can do. So it can be anything, right? So the pain of having the bloody shirt and the trunk, I've been there. I know what it's like. I lived in Arizona where it was really, really dry, and I remember having cracked skin, and I didn't want to do anything. So what can you do? I mean, get some help. Obviously, we're living in a wonderful world here, and I've been part of Skin Studies Center here in Cleveland, and I've seen some of the wonderful research that's has been done and is currently being done. We've got some really, really good treatments out there. So maybe the goal is to find a treatment that works for you. Find a dermatologist who knows what psoriasis is. The NPF has a wonderful website that can help you, folks that can help you find, dermatologists that know about psoriasis, and prescribe some things that really can help and get yourself back out of that funk. And then set little goals. So if exercise is an issue, I get it. I hated it. I really hated it. But you know what? Literally do 100 feet. Start off with 100 feet, then take it to 300, take it to 500, take it a quarter mile. I mean, whatever that exercise is. My point is, start small. But the other component to it is hope. You got to have some positivity. So you need to encourage that. You need to instill that little flame in you that says, hey, I'm going to have a bad day. We all have bad days. I'm guaranteeing you're going to have a bad day, and that's okay. You just need to wake up the next day. And if that goal is too much for you, maybe cut it back a little bit. If that goal is attainable, try it again tomorrow. I mean, it's attainable. That's the point. Find something small, little bits and pieces, and stay positive and stay hopeful. And that's really the key. Is now, how do you stay positive? The best thing I can say is be nice, be good. Just be nice to somebody. It really is. It just starts with something like that. So say good morning, hello. You may not know the person. You may think the person probably sees your psoriasis and doesn't want to talk to you, but you know what? Who cares? It's you being positive. I guarantee you say something positive, you do something positive, you're going to feel it inside. That's that hope. That's that positivity that's going to instill that hope in you. So be positive. Volunteer. So, you know, I got into volunteering for Meals on Wheels, just bringing clients food. I used to transport rescue dogs. I actually started my own dog rescue after a couple of years of transporting. You know, there's a lot of wonderful things you can do. Get involved with something that keeps you positive. And that's the key here, right? It's going to get you to a point that you're out of the funk, and then you can pursue your goals. And whatever those goals may be, I mean, my goals are not the same as your goals, but you know, whatever they are, it comes down to being happy, and you're going to attain your happy by doing these two things. So that's really my message. You know, try to stay positive and try to set some goals, small goals at the beginning, and then gradually more and more and more. So that's my quick. I hope I didn't overdo it.
Greg, that was great. And I don't know if you're getting a bunch of love in the chat room. So I think you hit it spot on, and thank you very much. And listen, everybody, I think to underscore some of the things Greg said, right? There's no cookie cutter answer. You find what works best for you and baby step it. You know, what was right for him. You know, I can tell you this, I'm not going to set a goal to run half marathons in all the states, okay? That's not going to happen. But the point is, set something that works for you. And I think something else that helps, Greg, like you talked how we connected at the conferences, like I think the community like this is great. And like that's been really uplifting with me, connecting with everybody else. And, you know, when you're having those bad days, that's great areas of support too.
So I definitely agree with you, Matt. And I gotta add, running is something that I abhorred all my life. I tried to do some soccer back in high school. I quit after 2 weeks. It's just too much running. So I ended up going to football for a year. There's a little less running there. But I never wanted to run a half marathon or a full marathon. I never wanted to run, period. It sort of it just fell on me. So by doing the exercise, I was having some hard time with the spin and some of the other things I was doing. And I ended up getting a friend that said, hey, why don't we do a 5K? I'm like, yeah, okay, whatever. And so I did, you know, I started on a treadmill. And I was, like I said, I was 316 pounds on a treadmill. I used to worry that the thing couldn't hold my weight. I could barely do 20 minutes. Barely at a walking pace. I would be absolutely drenched. This is the gray shirt that I have here. It would be completely black, full of sweat. But see, that was the thing, right? My goal was every day do a little bit more and more and more. So I do 20 minutes, Wait, maybe I can do 25, then a 30, then a 40. Maybe I can increase the pace. Maybe I can increase the inclination. Like I said before, right? It's not overnight. It just took time. And I felt great by reaching those goals, those small little goals. Every time, man, it felt wonderful. And so I was able to take that from a 316-pound guy that could barely be on a treadmill to running a full marathon. And like I said, I'm not a dynamo. I'm really not. And just for the record, I'm not a race winner. I'm still in the back of the pack. So, but I'm finishing. But you know, the key is though, small little goals, right? Itty bitty pieces, and it will get you there. Whatever your goals are, it will get you there.
You know, Greg, we're gonna go to a break here in a minute, but Nancy Rosenstein did put a good question in the chat room, and it's, doesn't running put too much damage on your knees? Now, what I would say to that is, for anything we do, not only does it have to be something personally that we think we're mentally willing to do, we need to make sure that physically we can do it, and we should discuss that with our physicians. Again, it's a very personal thing. So, Greg, thank you so much, buddy. Good to see you. Thanks for, like I said, you're getting a lot of love in the chat room. Guys, we're gonna take a 5-minute bio break if you want, or stretch your legs and what have you. In the interim, there'll be some rolling slides. We'll get restarted at 1:35 Eastern. obviously adjust for your time zone, but there'll be some rolling slides going through here of some of the various resources of the foundation, the Patient Navigation Center, which is Call Assistance Center, volunteering with the NPF, which we'll address in our next module, our teen spot for younger members in our community. So, and also various ways to connect with us on social media if you haven't already. So take your break and we'll huddle up soon, and peace out, Greg. Thanks again.
Bye, everyone. Thank you.
All right.
Also, while we're having our break, guys, for those of you who are willing to do so, we would kindly request that you enter your full name in the participants log room. It just helps us differentiate between different people and then identify versus who's registered. That would be a help. But again, only if you're comfortable in doing so, please. Okay, everybody, we will start getting in motion again. All right, and our next topic will be the National Psoriasis Foundation Do-It-Yourself events. And I'm about to give the floor to another one of our wonderful volunteers, Julie Greenwood, who hails from North Carolina. And she has come up with one of the more unique DIY events, goat yoga. For those of you who took part in our conference last fall, this gained quite a bit of attention in the chat room. So Julie, I'll hand the floor over to you.
Thank you, Matt.
You're quite welcome.
So just as kind of a background for my start here with National Psoriasis Foundation, I did not participate in my first NPF event until October of 2016. My husband and I were celebrating our first wedding anniversary and drove up for a fundraising walk. And so I was super surprised during the awards ceremony when I heard my name called and I won a certificate for the second highest individual fundraiser. And so I am a sucker for praise. I was so excited that I won this award and it felt fantastic. And, you know, this is an organization that just means so much to me. And so, you know, I hung this award on my wall in my office, and it wasn't long after that when I made this kind of pledge to myself that I was going to raise $1,000 a year at a minimum for NPF. This was my personal pledge to myself. I love the thrill of this, of raising money. This was something that was a personal, you know, this was exciting to me personally, but, you know, I started feeling like my friends were not the ones who made this pledge. And so it started feeling a little strange to go, you know, over to my friends and say, okay, I've made this pledge. And so now you've made this pledge. You know, I started feeling like, you know, I want to give you something, you know, I want there to be something in return that I'm giving you for this money that you're donating to me. You know, I didn't know what it was going to be exactly, something tangible or something that I wanted to give you, but I wasn't sure what I had to offer. So I had to think on that. One Saturday morning, my daughter and I were at goat yoga. And that was something that we started doing because of our love of animals, really more than our love of yoga. And, you know, I'm not even sure that either of us had really been to yoga before prior to that. It was something that I had an interest in, but I don't think I had done it. And I heard Amanda, she was the farm owner, she mentioned that they had a birthday party coming out later that day. And the wheels in my brain started spinning. And I thought, if they can do birthday parties, they can do fundraisers. So we had our first event in 2019. It was so much fun. We did not raise a lot of money, but it was so much fun. And I know that I had conversations with people about psoriatic disease. So we were raising awareness, we raised a little money, and we had a lot of fun. So, you know, I still considered it a huge success. And so in 2020, COVID hit, and I thought, I have no idea how we're going to do this again in 2020. And so I thought, you know, let's see if we can do something virtual. And we raised even more money. I managed to hit my goal for the year. So that was very, very exciting to me. And we were able to invite people from around the country to come to this event. We had people from all over the US who were able to participate in goat yoga. And it was fun. We had a really great virtual MC. My My niece's husband is a Zoom master. And so he was able to really entertain people online while I am there at the farm. And it was so much fun. And that's something, if it had not been for COVID, it would never have occurred to me that this was something that we could do. So we had a great time. Those of us who were there in person got to cuddle with the goats. People who were virtual got to watch. We all got to do some really great yoga, and it was just a lot of fun. So for me, here's what I think. I think that not everybody has an interest in goat yoga, and not everybody has access to a goat farm. But if you take what you're really passionate about, you do those things that you have fun with. So for us, for my daughter and me, we were having so much fun doing goat yoga. And so it became a real passion of ours. And I think if you take those things that you're having a lot of fun with and the things that you're going to do anyway, and you think of a way that you can monetize it and turn it into a fundraiser and give people something that they can have in return for making a donation for this cause that means so much to you, then that's your fundraiser. That's how you raise money. And so if you are out doing karaoke every Friday night, if you knit, if you are a nail technician, those are all things that you can do to raise money without going those traditional routes. You can do the traditional routes too, but these are ways that you can take those things that you already love and think outside of the box, do something creative, raise money, and make people start talking. So I think it's so much fun and just creates some buzz. And if there's anything that I love is to create some attention and do something really fun. So on another note, we are going to be having another goat yoga fundraiser this fall. And so if you would like to participate, we're going to do virtual again this year. So if you want to participate, whether you come to Durham, North Carolina, or if you want to participate virtually, I will ask somebody. I can post my email, or I can ask Audrey or Matt to post my email address. Feel free to email me and I will add you to the list of people that I email when we are ready to send out the invitation, and I will invite you to goat yoga. I would love for all of you to attend.
It's great, Julie. And you know what? Let me ask you a question. So, and this cycles back a little bit to what we talked to Greg about. And I see the goats like on you. So how do you find that balance between working with doing what you want to do as an activity to be involved and making sure, you're not putting stress on your disease?
So first of all, the goats weigh almost nothing. These are not heavy goats. They look like they might be, but they're not really heavy goats. But the other thing is that you can make it as much or as little goat or yoga as you want it to. So the last fundraiser that we did, my arthritis has been the worst that it's ever been over the last 6 months or so. So at our last fundraising event, I had a very difficult time doing any yoga. And so for me, it was really just a goat event. I really just laid down, sat down, and snuggled with the goats. And a lot of times you'll see people who are on the goat farm just snuggling with the goats. Amanda, the farm owner, will tell you that if you're breathing, which is a key component of yoga, so if you're breathing and you are enjoying the goats, then you are participating in goat yoga. So
Thank you. Thanks, Julie. That makes sense. And, you know, I have a job where I literally cannot step away from my desk at times. And, you know, I make myself breathe, you know, I make myself take a deep breath like that. So that's great. And, you know, the point, everybody, is if you do want to have an event, make it something you like to do. You know, there's really no limit to what you can do. And
Yep.
To that end, and someone that I know Julie knows as well, I'm going to introduce the foundation's VP of Field Activities, Chris Bachmeyer. For any of you who have ever interacted with her, you'll know how upbeat and fun she is. So Chris, I'll let you talk a little bit more about Team NPF DIY here.
Fantastic. Good morning, good afternoon, everybody. Julie, you set me up perfectly. I mean, what more? The biggest thing is that you are doing something you're passionate about and fundraising at the same time. So thank you for that. And I actually was one of those virtual goat people. So had a blast. Everybody should join us in the fall. I look forward to it. I guess let's just go to the next slide. Really, I'm not going to add much more other than to Julie's point, it really is all about doing something fun and raising funds for the National Psoriasis Foundation, whether, you know, it's our walks, our cycles, our runs. I was listening to Greg and I'm like, Greg needs to be doing one of our runs. We have all of these half marathons and marathons, get him involved in that. But Julie went outside the box and really started the goat yoga. And many of you know, there's Tammy has done her fundraiser in the past too. So we have some really popular ones. So I just wanted to share a couple that are coming up because we thought they were extra fun and something that people could join us from around the country. One of them is a scavenger hunt. So I put a screen up there, the scavenger hunt, you can go, the website is there, you can register. I think it's $10 to register to do this. And the scavenger hunt's going to take place from April 12th to 30th, but really cool stuff. So check that one out. And I think we're going to share slides so you'll be able to have that, or please email me as well, and I can share anything you want. And another one, and this goes to the other side of it, a family set up a fundraiser because they lost someone dear to them. And I apologize ahead of time on this one, but a very special story. But when it happened, they reached out and they wanted to do something for the National Psoriasis Foundation and raise funds. So we actually set up a memorial page for Thomas Andrew Speaker. And I invite everyone to go to his page and read his story. But they have actually raised over $22,000 to date. So, they're not all about the passion, but about moving our mission forward. So next slide on that one. I just put a little photo in here. If you think of it, you can do it, and we're here to help. And I'll put my email in the chat. I think, many of you have my email. I'll put my cell phone in there. You call me if you've got a crazy idea, a great idea, one we've just never done. I'm sure we can make it happen, and I would love to help you with it. So I am happy to answer any questions, but I don't want to get us running over either. There you go. That's my name. That's my email and my cell phone. You can, call my cell anytime. We're not in the office every day. I'm in the office a couple days a week, but you can call my cell 24/7. And if I can't pick up, I will get back to you ASAP. And thank you for all you do around the country. Thank you very much. I'll send it back to you, Matt.
Okay, that's great. Again, guys, it's a matter of doing what you can when you can. And particularly, please, I do ask you to take a look at that story of Tommy's. I think that will hit home for many of us, very many of us. So it's now my pleasure to get to our next module. And now we're going to swing back to the science. And we have two great presenters lined up for you today. And as you see there by the trend, we're looking at trends in psoriasis. So to that end, our first speaker will be Dr. Anthony Fernandez, who's Director of Medical Dermatology and the Steck Chair of Clinical Dermatology in the Department of Dermatology and Pathology at the Cleveland Clinic in Ohio. His specialties include inflammatory disease, obviously including psoriatic arthritis, and he is a board certified dermatologist. So he's also involved with our medical board and obviously very involved in plenty of ways to help out our community. So Dr. Fernandez, it is all yours, sir, and thank you for being here today.
Well, thank you, Matt, and good morning, good afternoon, depending on where you're at. And as Matt mentioned, I'm going to talk for about 20 minutes about some up and coming trends in psoriasis. And this slide really shows sort of our agenda over the next 20 minutes. We will talk briefly about the potential for personalized medicine to play a role in the treatment of psoriasis in the future. Then we'll talk about some of the new psoriasis treatments that are in advanced stages of development. And finally, we'll talk about some recent research findings concerning the association between psoriasis and some important comorbid diseases. Next slide, please. So let's start with personalized medicine. Right now, when you go to see your physician about your psoriasis, he or she helps to make a decision about what treatment may be best for you based on a number of factors. The severity of your psoriasis, the symptoms you have associated with your psoriasis, the anatomic locations involved, the different other medical conditions you have, etc. And using all that information, tries to pick the medication that he or she believes will be best for you in terms of controlling your psoriasis and being tolerated. And with that strategy, it may take several medications before you really hit on the one that is quote unquote right for you, the one that not only controls your psoriasis, but that you tolerate well. Well, in the future, we may be able to use better tests to determine what medications may be best and most tolerable for you, namely precision medicine testing, where we're not only looking at all the factors that we already talked about, but also looking at your individual genetic background and also the inflammatory environment that is associated specifically with your psoriasis. So if you go to the next slide, there's a cartoon diagram that sort of highlights what we're talking about. In the simplest form, medicine decision-making is sort of a one-size-fits-all process. You have a population of patients with a disease, and you simply, when a patient comes in with psoriasis, you just pick a medicine out of the hat and you give it to those patients. And one of several things can happen. The patients may benefit from it, and that's great. But also there are going to be a group of patients who just for whatever reason do not benefit from it. And another group yet that in fact have harm from taking the medicine in form of adverse events. Now, luckily, we are beyond that one-size-fits-all methodology. We're more right now sort of in the middle in this stratified medicine. We do take different factors into account as best we can to try to make informed decisions about what treatments are best. But we're currently learning more details about the molecular backgrounds of different patients who have psoriasis, and also identifying new biomarkers. And in the future, the hope is to manage psoriasis more on an individual level. Again, looking at advanced testing that can tell us details about different genetic factors in an individual patient and different information about the specific inflammatory environment associated with that particular patient's psoriasis, so that, as you can see in that right lower hand corner, we can choose medicines for specific groups of patients, different medicines, with the goal that we optimize the chances that they benefit and minimize the chances that we are guessing that they'll benefit or that we are causing harm. This is a very early stage of research for personalized medicine, but you should definitely stay tuned as there are breakthroughs in research in this area. You can bet that they will be updated in future webcasts that are sponsored by the National Psoriasis Foundation. Next slide, please. Now, again, luckily we are not in that one-size-fits-all category. We do have a lot of information available to us to help make informed decisions. And some of those involve joint American Academy of Dermatology and National Psoriasis Foundation guideline statements that have been published and are available to practitioners all over the world to gain knowledge that can help them better treat patients with psoriasis. And the topics covered span a broad area, including many different treatment options that are available for psoriasis patients and different demographic groups who are affected by psoriasis. These guideline statements also help to better define the role of the dermatologist and also stress the importance of shared decision-making, meaning that your goals and your wishes are as important as any other factor in choosing a treatment for psoriasis. Next slide, please. You can see here that over the past 2 years, there have been 6 of these guideline statements that have been published. And again, I think these titles highlight the broad range of therapies and demographic groups that are covered. So we do have a lot of information available to us to make good informed decisions about which treatments you should be taking. We are not simply guessing. And I'm sure there will be future guideline statements that address different topics as well. Next slide, please. All right, let's switch gears now and talk about some of the treatments that are up and coming in advanced stages of development. Despite the fact that we are spoiled in the world of psoriasis with outstanding options, we are always looking forward to anything new that we can have at our disposal. And some of these include topical medicines. The first one we'll talk about is tapinarof 1% cream. This is a first-in-class medication. Its mechanism of action is that it is an aryl hydrocarbon receptor modulating agent. And without getting into too much detail about the science, you can imagine that modulating this receptor results in downregulation of inflammatory pathways that we know are important for psoriasis. This medication has been studied in mild, moderate, and severe psoriasis, and it has been studied as being applied once a day, so a very attractive dosing schedule. And there are 2 phase 3 trials that have been published, the Soaring 1 and Soaring 2 trials. And you can see here on this slide that at week 12, between 35 and 40% of patients who were treated with tapinarof 1% cream achieved the primary endpoint goal of a physician's global assessment score of either clear, which is 0, or 1, which is almost clear. And that not only achieved those, but with a minimum 2-point decrease from baseline after 12 weeks, which was the primary endpoint goal. And that was compared to only 6 and 6.3% of patients who were treated with the vehicle alone. So the cream without the actual medication embedded in it. And this was associated with just mild adverse events, some mild dermatitis or folliculitis. Next slide, please. There is also another topical agent called roflumilast cream. The mechanism of action of this medication is a phosphodiesterase 4 inhibitor. That may be familiar to some of you. Those of you who are familiar with apremilast, otherwise known as Otezla, know that that is the mechanism of action of that medication as well. Roflumilast cream has been studied for mild to moderate psoriasis, and a phase 2b study has been published. And at 6 weeks, 28% of patients in the 0.3% cream group, 23% in the 0.15% cream group, as opposed to only 8% patients in the vehicle group, achieved the PGA or IGA score of clear or almost clear. Also importantly, there were 15% of patients in that study who had intertriginous or inverse psoriasis, so psoriasis affecting under the arms, under the breast, or in the groin. That's a hard group, hard areas to treat because they're not areas that are really amenable to potent topical steroids. Well, in this study, using roflumilast cream, you can see that 73% of patients in the 0.3% group, 44% in the 0.15% group, as opposed to only 29% of patients in the vehicle group achieved clear or almost clear results. So this may be a medication that is not only useful in patients who have your typical plaque psoriasis, but particularly useful for patients who have inverse psoriasis. Next slide, please. There are also some exciting oral medications in development, and probably the one that most clinicians are excited about is deucravacitinib. Deucravacitinib is a tyrosine kinase 2 or a TYK2 inhibitor. TYK2 is a receptor that is part of the Janus kinase receptor or JAK receptor family. And in fact, TYK2 pairs with several JAK receptors to transduce signals downstream of well-known cytokines that play a role in psoriasis. Deucravacitinib is being studied as an oral medication to be taken once daily at a 6 milligram dose. And there are 2 phase 3 trials that have been completed and results have been released in the press. To my knowledge, they have not yet been published in peer-reviewed manuscripts, but the press releases suggest that in both of these studies, deucravacitinib met its primary endpoints of achieving a PASI 75 improvement and PGA improvements of clear or almost clear after 16 weeks at rates that are significantly higher than placebo. And Dr. Siegel will talk about deucravacitinib and studies in psoriatic arthritis following my presentation. Another oral medication that has been studied is serlopitant. This is a neurokinin 1 receptor antagonist. And this has also been studied to be taken as an oral medication at a 5 milligram dose only once daily. So both of these medications have attractive dosing schedules as well. And this medication isn't really being studied to treat psoriatic inflammation, but instead the itching that many patients with psoriasis suffer from. Most recently, this has been studied in a group of patients who have less than or equal to 10% body surface area involvement, so in the mild to moderate range. And in a phase 2 trial, after 8 weeks of taking serlopitant, itching scores, which were measured by the worst itch numeric rating scale, improved by at least 4 points in a third of patients who were taking serlopitant, and that differed from only 21% of patients who were taking placebo. Next slide, please. There are also some new exciting biologics on the horizon. Again, probably the one that is generating the most excitement among clinicians is bimekizumab. Bimekizumab is a dual interleukin-17A, interleukin-17F inhibitor. So it inhibits 2 cytokines that we know occur at increased levels in patients with psoriasis. This has been studied as a subcutaneous injection to be administered, at least in the maintenance phase, every 4 weeks at 320 milligrams. And there are 2 phase 3 trials that have been published. In the Be Ready phase 3 trial, 91% of patients who took bimekizumab achieved a PASI 90 response, and almost 70% of patients achieved a PASI 100 response at week 16. Those are incredible results and along the lines of the interleukin 23 inhibitors. So this is very exciting results. In the Be Vivid phase 3 trial, bimekizumab went head-to-head with ustekinumab, otherwise known as Stelara. And as you can see here, 85% of patients in the bimekizumab group achieved a PASI 90 response, as compared to only 50% in the ustekinumab group. So Again, a lot of excitement surrounding this medication. Another medication on the horizon is mirikizumab. This is an interleukin-23 inhibitor that has many similarities to the interleukin-23 inhibitors that are currently available, namely guselkumab, risankizumab, and tildrakizumab, otherwise known as Tremfya, Skyrizi, and Ilumya. And this has been studied at a 250 milligram injection either every 4 or 8 weeks for moderate to severe psoriasis in the OASIS 2 phase 3 trial. 74% of patients achieve PASI 90 and almost 38% achieve PASI 100 at week 16. But then they followed these patients out to week 52, and you can see that those percentages are even higher. And again, similar to what we've seen with the other interleukin-23 inhibitors. So these are two biologic medications that hopefully will be available to us in the near future. Next slide, please. There are also some anticipated label changes for biologics that we currently have available to us, and one being secukinumab or Cosentyx. This, as all of you I'm sure are aware, is an interleukin-17A inhibitor. And recently, 2 phase 3 trials have been completed in children over the age of 6 who suffer from moderate to severe psoriasis. And you can see the data associated with those phase 3 trials here. Between about 69 and 88% of patients achieved PASI 90, and 59 and 67 achieved PASI 100 by either week 12 or week 16. So those, again, are excellent results, and we expect that this is a medication that will eventually get FDA approval to be used in children who unfortunately suffer from moderate to severe psoriasis. And again, the adverse events will be similar to what we've seen in adults, with the caution for IBD and probably some candidal infections. Next slide, please. Okay, and finally, let's talk a little bit about some of the recent research results that have been published concerning the association between psoriasis and some important comorbid conditions. Next slide, please. And we'll start with heart disease. As all of you know, psoriasis is well known to be associated with an increased risk of future cardiovascular events. And it's also associated with an increased prevalence of high-risk coronary plaque. In particular, as seen in this cartoon image, lipid-rich necrotic core, which is a type of high-risk coronary plaque that is associated with increased risk of cardiovascular events, even in patients who have non-obstructive coronary artery disease. Recent research that has been supported by the Psoriasis Atherosclerosis Cardiometabolic Initiative at the NIH has found that psoriasis patients who have metabolic syndrome incorporating combinations of insulin resistance, hypertension, centripetal obesity, and triglyceride abnormalities, those patients seem to have a higher degree of systemic inflammation and a higher coronary artery plaque burden compared to patients who have psoriasis alone without metabolic syndrome. And this research really just underscores the importance of recognizing when psoriasis patients have metabolic syndrome and addressing the different components to try to, as best as we can, prevent these future coronary artery, coronary vascular events. And in another research study, it was found that biologic therapy was associated with an 8% reduction in coronary plaque. And this is interesting because one of the holy grails of understanding the association between psoriasis and heart disease is whether or not biologic therapy can decrease the future risk of major cardiovascular events. And we still don't really know that answer. We still have a lot of research to do to definitively answer that question. But this is an exciting study that at least provides some hope that maybe these medications will provide benefit beyond simply just treating psoriasis and psoriatic arthritis. Next slide, please. There's also a lot of research going on trying to evaluate the association between psoriasis and the microbiome. The microbiome in both the gut and the skin play important roles in the regulation, not only of metabolism, but also in how the immune system functions and intestinal permeability. Some recent research suggests that when there is a decrease in the diversity of skin microbiome flora, that this may be a sign that psoriasis patients are at increased risk for developing psoriatic arthritis. Additionally, there have been several studies supporting that the interleukin-23, interleukin-17 pathway, which of course is the major pathway involved in psoriatic inflammation, is regulated by metabolites that are produced by gut and skin microbiota. So understanding this relationship further and how we can manipulate the skin and gut microbiome may provide ways, novel ways to treat psoriasis and psoriatic arthritis in the future. Next slide, please. As all of you also, I'm sure, are aware, there is a strong association between psoriasis and numerous mental health disorders. And we are learning more and more that some of these mental health disorders, such as major depression, really are at their fundamental levels inflammatory diseases. Major depressive disorder, for example, is associated with an increase in numerous inflammatory cytokines like interleukin-1, interleukin-6, tumor necrosis factor alpha, C-reactive protein that we know can also be elevated in patients with psoriasis. And similar pro-inflammatory cytokines are well known to exacerbate not only psoriasis, but can also exacerbate mental health disorders like major depression. And evidence is emerging that targeting the inflammatory abnormalities in, of course, in psoriasis, but also in some of these mental health disorders can also result in not only improving the psoriasis, but also improving the mental health disorders, and thus improving the negative impact that psoriasis has on patients' quality of life. And by this, I don't mean that, well, a patient is depressed, takes a medicine, their psoriasis goes away visually, and that makes them feel better. We really mean that at the heart of it, decreasing these or targeting these cytokines, pro-inflammatory cytokines, is really what we think is playing an important role in improving the mental health disorders and the overall mental quality of life of patients with psoriasis. This subject in particular is deemed so important by the National Psoriasis Foundation that there are currently grant funding opportunities for research in the form of more than skin deep mental health grant opportunities that are sponsored by the National Psoriasis Foundation. So hopefully this organization will play a role in our better understanding and novel treatment avenues in the future for patients who suffer from both psoriasis and mental health disorders. Next slide, please. And finally, let's talk a little bit about psoriasis and skin resident memory T cells. These are skin resident memory T cells are a very unique population of immune cells, very fascinating cells. These are cells that are really developed in response to some intruder, a bacteria, a virus, a fungus that has been able to invade through the skin and is trying to get into the body. The body recognizes that it is so important to have defense against this that it invests energy in creating cells that are made to go back, live in the skin. They do not leave the skin and sit there and wait for those intruders to try to invade the skin again. And if they do, now these cells will serve as sort of soldiers that are ready to attack when they see those intruders. Well, interestingly, when these cells are activated, we know that they can induce an inflammatory environment and are able to produce pro-inflammatory cytokines that are well known to be involved in psoriasis, such as interleukin-17 and interleukin-22. And a major question concerning skin resident memory T cells is whether or not they are really one of the key pathogenic cells in psoriasis. And there are numerous researchers who believe they are, and in fact believe that that is why when you take a medicine that makes your psoriasis completely go away and your skin looks normal, but then you either have a flare or the medication is removed and the psoriasis comes back, it comes back in the exact same areas where you had it before. It's because it's these skin resident memory T cells that are really driving the inflammatory environment that produces those plaques. If that is true, then perhaps targeting these cells, and better yet, trying to destroy them and eliminate them for good, may serve as a novel way to try to treat psoriasis. And if these are really very important pathogenic cells, eliminating them may be even a potential way to try to cure psoriasis. So again, this is an area that we're in the very early stages of learning about, but I think a very key area that may uncover some really important details about understanding the pathogenesis of psoriasis and novel treatments for psoriasis in the future. Next slide, please. So my key takeaways over the previous 20 minutes are: please stay informed about the advances, guidelines, treatments that could impact the management of your psoriatic disease. Be sure to use shared decision-making when you see your physician to identify not only your goals of treating your psoriasis, but your thoughts about what types of treatments you're most comfortable taking. Your opinion is, again, as important as anything when it comes to making a treatment decision. Look for resources, podcasts, webinars, and updates about COVID-19 guidance statements and questions about the vaccines at the website listed. Research is continuing to gain a better understanding between the association between psoriatic inflammation and numerous important comorbid diseases that psoriasis patients may suffer from. And continue to stay up to date by contacting the National Psoriasis Foundation's Patient Navigation Center at the following website. So thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much, Dr. Fernandez. We really appreciate that. Guys, Bev is compiling questions, so we'll ask them in the end. In the interim, we will now carry on to our next presenter, who's Dr. Evan Siegel. And he is actually a rheumatologist and the first recipient of the NPF Outstanding Physician Clinician Rheumatology Award in 2019. His practice is Arthritis and Rheumatism Associates in Rockville, Maryland. He's also a clinical assistant professor of medicine at Georgetown University School of Medicine, serves as a special consultant to the NIH, which you may have heard of over the past year a few times. And he also is on the medical board of the foundation and also helps edit the Psoriasis Advance, which some of you may be very familiar with. So having said that, Dr. Siegel, thank you very much. And please enlighten us some more.
All right, thank you. And thank you, Dr. Fernandez, for an excellent, excellent review and some of the background science. So let's go to the first slide and talk a little bit about something I love to talk about, psoriatic arthritis, a real passion of mine within rheumatology. Today we're going to talk a little bit more about thinking about personalized medicine and how that relates to psoriatic arthritis. We're going to talk about the different domains of psoriatic arthritis, which are the different areas that can be involved. And another one of my passions, I talk a little bit about collaborative management of psoriatic arthritis and the ability of the physicians who take care of this very complex disorder, psoriatic arthritis, to work together and share in decision-making along with the patient. We'll touch on the NPF ACR treatment guidelines and some updates from EULAR. And then talk about some of the new exciting medications that are coming out, because I've loved to tell my patients this: if there was ever a time to have psoriatic arthritis, now is the time. There has been an explosion of research and new medications coming out really on a quarterly basis at this point. So we'll talk a little bit about some of the new ones that are on the launching pad soon, and we'll talk a little bit about ongoing research that will identify some of the factors and some of the things that we can maybe focus on to treat the disease earlier and more effectively. Let's go to the next slide. All right, so the thing about psoriatic arthritis is very different than some other forms of arthritis that we treat, like rheumatoid arthritis, where really primarily the joints are involved. Psoriatic arthritis involves multiple musculoskeletal areas, including the tendons, the ligaments. There is involvement in the spine, and we're going to talk about that more specifically in just a moment. And then there are the non-musculoskeletal symptoms, and these are some of the systemic issues that we see that can then be manifest as fatigue. We obviously see involvement in the skin and nails. There's the depression that Dr. Fernandez was just talking about. We can also see inflammation, believe it or not, associated in the gut. So as many as 15% of people with psoriatic arthritis may have concomitant inflammatory bowel disease. And even a higher percentage can have uveitis or inflammation of the eye. So as rheumatologists, we really need to think about all of these different manifestations that may be going on as we think about the entire patient and what is going to be the best treatment for that specific patient. As Dr. Fernandez mentioned, there is an increased risk of cardiovascular disease that is being studied really carefully in that PASI study that he mentioned at the NIH, which I've been participating with, showing that there is a significant increased risk just from having psoriasis or psoriatic arthritis in having cardiovascular issues down the road. Psychological disease, depression, and particularly metabolic disease associated with obesity and other issues that come along with psoriasis and psoriatic arthritis. People often say, well, what's the risk that I'm going to develop psoriatic arthritis? We have a pretty clear picture that about 30% of people with psoriasis will develop psoriatic arthritis at some point in their disease course. A very high percentage of patients do have a positive family history of psoriasis or psoriatic arthritis as a predisposing factor. Can we predict at this point who with psoriasis is going to develop psoriatic arthritis? No, but we'll talk about that as some of our research initiatives. And that is something that we're thinking about very carefully. And especially trying to screen in early psoriasis, looking for certain factors that may be just the early initiation of musculoskeletal involvement, and can we treat at that early stage. Let's go to the next slide. So these are the domains that we talk about in psoriatic arthritis. There are 6 different areas that we want to think about that may be involved. Obviously, the skin. This is psoriatic arthritis, and at least 85% of people with psoriatic arthritis will have psoriasis as part of their manifestations. Obviously, the joint involvement, the peripheral arthritis that often involves the hands, the feet, the knees. There is enthesitis. So you remember I just said that often the tendons can be involved, and enthesitis is inflammation at the point of attachment of a tendon or ligament to bone. It could be very, very painful if you imagine that tendon is attached to a muscle and you contract that muscle, it pulls on the tendon and then its attachment point. The most common places we see that is at the Achilles tendon and its attachment, where you see here. The plantar fascia, so plantar fasciitis, is very common in psoriatic arthritis. Tennis elbow or lateral epicondylitis, another common area that we look for enthesitis. And we actually think that enthesitis may be one of the earliest manifestations in people with psoriatic arthritis. Remember I said we're looking for ways of maybe picking up very early psoriatic arthritis. And one of the things that's being looked at through some initiatives through PAC-MAN, a group studying this, and GRAPPA, is to look at whether patients with psoriasis who on ultrasound have early enthesitis, whether that's maybe one of the first signs that they're going to develop psoriatic arthritis. Dactylitis is what we call what's commonly called the sausage digit. It's involvement of the entire finger or the entire toe. We now know that that involves inflammation of the joint, inflammation of the enthesis I just told you about, tendinitis, and sometimes actually even inflammation of the bone. And when that is very active and severely inflamed, we can see rapid destruction of the joints in those patients. The nails are something that has also been added recently over the last 10 or 15 years to the domains of psoriatic arthritis, because it is so associated with PSA. PSA is psoriatic arthritis, and may actually be related to inflammation of the enthesis right near where the nail is produced, and we're going to talk about that a little bit more. And finally, spondylitis. Spondylitis is inflammation of the spine. So just like in ankylosing spondylitis, another rheumatic disease that we take care of, where there can be ankylosis or bony formation up and down the spine, limiting motion, that can happen in psoriatic arthritis as well. And that's the entire spine can be involved, including the sacroiliac joints in the pelvis. Let's go to the next slide. Nail psoriasis, again, about 80% of people will have nail psoriasis. The things we look for, as you can see in the picture, is pitting in the nail, separation of the nail from the nail bed, some increased skin material underneath the nail called subungual hyperkeratosis. We think that this may be one of the things we want to look for in patients with psoriasis. Maybe this is a sign that this person might develop psoriatic arthritis. I always like to evaluate the nails, and I always encourage patients to come to the doctor when they come to the visits with me to make sure not to be wearing nail polish, so I can really take a look at that. As you can see on the slide, this is associated also with a variety of other issues, including increased swollen joints and even interference with the work ability. I have a physician and a salesperson with bad nail disease, very difficult in their professions. Let's go to the next slide. So what do we have to treat? One thing I want to say is that with the guidelines that came out of GRAPPA, an international organization focused on psoriasis and psoriatic arthritis, treatment was delineated along various different guideline pathways based on the domain that was involved. So if your primary issue was joint involvement, we go down one domain. If your primary issue was skin, another treatment guideline. If your primary domain was actually enthesitis, we'd think about different treatments, because different treatments may have different effects on different domains. So you want to go with the domain that is most affected, most symptomatic for that particular patient. This is what we call our treatment toolbox, and you can see a variety of different medications. We'll talk about some of them. As I said, there has been an explosion in treatments for psoriatic arthritis and things that have been approved for psoriatic arthritis, often approved first for psoriasis and then for psoriatic arthritis. We don't want to forget all the adjunct therapies, things like weight loss and exercise and physical therapy often can be really helpful. We have some traditional disease-modifying agents like methotrexate and leflunomide and sulfasalazine that many people have been on in the past before we had these medications, and still are commonly used in the treatment of psoriatic arthritis. The ones that you see that are a little bit blurred are less likely to be used in these treatment guidelines. And then we have the biologic treatments, which have really revolutionized the treatment of psoriatic arthritis. In the bottom left, you see all of the TNF inhibitors. And then more recently, and when I say more recently, really over the last 10, 12 years, we've had the advent of a variety of other biologic agents that interfere with other cytokines, including Stelara, Otezla, Cosentyx, Xeljanz. All these are names that you probably are familiar with, and each interfere with different cytokines. Ustekinumab, IL-12/23 inhibitor, Otezla or Premolast is the PDE4 inhibitor, and we have two IL-17 inhibitors, secukinumab and ixekizumab. Tofacitinib is a JAK inhibitor, so far the only one that's been approved for psoriatic arthritis. And then guselkumab, or Tremfya, as we'll talk about, just recently now approved for psoriatic arthritis. In the bottom right corner, you see a number of other medications that are currently in trials looking to be approved in psoriatic arthritis. Some of them approved for, all of them approved for some other indication already. Let's go to the next slide. So factors to consider in psoriatic arthritis, or maybe challenges to consider with psoriatic arthritis. So again, as I said, we have so many treatment options, but often a particular patient won't necessarily respond completely or won't respond at all to a particular treatment. And we have to try to understand how to decide which treatment to start with and which treatment to go to next. We can see both primary and secondary failures. A primary failure is somebody who has never responded to a particular drug. Other times we see someone respond beautifully to a drug initially and then lose effectiveness. And we think that may relate to developing antibodies against the drug itself. Most of these biologics are antibodies that can stimulate an immune response by the body and then become less effective. We don't have a lot of evidence to tell us where to go after trying one and then another choice, and we need some guidance in terms of those choices. Some of that comes from the guidelines I'm going to touch on. Some of that will come from some of the research that we're going to talk about and that Dr. Fernandez touched on in terms of determining personalized medicine and how can we determine who will respond to a particular drug. Right now, as I mentioned, we try to determine the right drug by deciding which domain has been involved, because in the clinical trials, we have a lot of information about whether something works better for the skin, for the joints, maybe better or worse in enthesitis or dactylitis. Some drugs don't work at all for spondylitis, and some will work better for spondylitis. In my thought process for each individual patient, those are the things that I'm thinking about. Next. So again, how are we going to determine this precision medicine? There are several research initiatives going on. So first of all, detailed immunophenotyping. So are there immune signatures that we can pick up from a particular patient that might tell us that they're going to respond more, let's say, to an IL-17 inhibitor because they have very high levels of IL-17 in their bloodstream or in their skin biopsy. Maybe we need to really focus on these T-resident memory cells that Dr. Fernandez was talking about. Maybe that will tell us by looking at genetic markers in those lesions, whether somebody's going to respond to a particular drug. And additionally, there are a number of initiatives now, one going on at NYU that is looking at groups of people, phenotypes, whether it be background, disease characteristics, genetic types, ethnic groups, all types of factors to try to really categorize that and say, gee, if you fall into this particular type of patient, then you're going to respond better to this particular type of medicine. So we're really looking now that we have all these possible treatments to how can we individualize that and be successful on the first try. Next slide. So until then, what can we do? Right now, we think that early diagnosis is key. There are multiple initiatives going out to dermatologists to make sure to screen for psoriatic arthritis. We believe that the earlier you diagnose psoriatic arthritis, the better the treatment outcome. We know that if there is even a delay of 6 months from the time of onset of symptoms to the time of treatment, that 20 years later, there can be an increased risk of disability. We also know that that ongoing inflammation untreated gives a lot more systemic issues like the cardiovascular issues we were talking about. So we have a number of emerging therapies that are good for various different domains and different areas, and again, a lot of treatment options coming down the road. One of the key things that we really have been pushing is collaborative care. So if there is a way to get involved in a rheumatology, dermatology clinic, that is best. The rheumatologist and dermatologist can discuss your care in real time with you, and we found that to be very helpful. Pac-Man is a group, as I mentioned, dedicated to actually studying that collaborative care and promoting that collaborative care. Those types of clinics are somewhat few and far between, unfortunately. So you really want to encourage your rheumatologist to speak with the dermatologist, your dermatologist to speak and communicate with your rheumatologist as each type of therapy is determined, as you're changing therapies, because the change in therapy may play a role in your for your skin, may play a role in your musculoskeletal manifestations, and vice versa. We're trying to also incorporate psychologists, physical therapists, nutritionists into this coordinated care paradigm. Next slide. So we have some treatment guidelines, and I'm going to go through these just quickly. The NPF guidelines, the recent ACR NPF guidelines for the first time suggested that a TNF should be the first line agent over methotrexate, which previously had always been pushed as the first line agent. We do want to use a treat to target strategy. So we want to determine what the target is going to be. Really, we'd like the target to be remission, or at least something we call low disease activity, looking at all of the domains. Interestingly, one of the most strongly based recommendations that came out of these guidelines that had the most evidence behind it over all the other medications that we use: weight loss to fight obesity and smoking cessation. So these are lifestyle changes that can actually make a difference in your treatment. So these should be addressed every time we're also thinking about medication guidelines. Next slide. EULAR, or the European League Against Rheumatism, also came out with some PSA treatment guidelines and updates. Again, these are all focused on how to sequentially dose different types of medications. Where should you start? The EULAR guidelines still generally start with methotrexate, but move quickly to other agents. There's discussion in all of these guidelines that if the skin is much more of a manifestation, remember talking about domains that are most symptomatic, if the skin is the symptomatic domain, that we may want to shift to an IL-17 inhibitor or an IL-12/23 inhibitor, now maybe even an IL-23 inhibitor, all perhaps somewhat a little bit better for the skin than the TNF inhibitors and some of the oral agents. But we do have these other agents like the JAK inhibitors when, at least in these prior guidelines, when the others have failed. Perhaps as some of the newer ones come out, we may want to move those even higher up as an oral agent. Next slide, please. So just quickly go through some of the treatment updates and some of the new medicines. Next slide. Guselkumab or Tremfya was just approved for psoriatic arthritis in July. It was shown to be very effective for psoriatic arthritis with numbers very similar to the TNF-alpha group of medications and with good resolution of enthesitis and dactylitis. Next. This is just some graphic data that you know that guselkumab or Tremfya had previously been approved for the treatment of psoriasis and is very helpful for psoriasis. Next. Ixekizumab or Taltz was looked at. So one of the things we said, well, how do we know is one drug better than another, or are they the same? Does Taltz and the IL-17 group in general, are they as good for the arthritis as, let's say, the prior standard, a TNF inhibitor? So ixekizumab was studied in a head-to-head trial against adalimumab or Humira and was shown to be just as good as Humira and perhaps even a little bit better in a very good endpoint, which looked at a combination of skin improvement and joint improvement. So again, we're really trying to compare drugs now, something that really wasn't done before, so that we know which is going to be best for each individual patient. Next. Other psoriatic arthritis treatments in development. So you'll notice a couple of drugs that are already out for psoriasis, risankizumab and tildrakizumab, or Skyrizi and Ilumya, are currently in clinical trials for psoriatic arthritis with good early results. There's an interesting trial for secukinumab, Cosentyx, looking at spondylitis, because there is a question now whether ankylosing spondylitis and psoriatic spondylitis are truly the same. And all our studies for psoriatic spondylitis really came out of ankylosing spondylitis trials, but we didn't know if that really translates. So this is one of the first trials that actually looked at a drug for specifically psoriatic spondylitis and did show significant benefits at a year of therapy. Next. Exciting is the development of oral agents for the treatment of psoriatic arthritis. So, you know, we have had only one, and the effectiveness is mild to moderate, and that's Otezla. But now there are JAK inhibitors. So tofacitinib has already been approved for psoriatic arthritis, but really didn't have too much effect on the skin. Upadacitinib, or Rinvoq, which has already been approved for rheumatoid arthritis, has been through phase 2 and phase 3 clinical trials now, and is probably about to be approved for psoriatic arthritis by the FDA, and again was shown to be very effective in the treatment of psoriatic arthritis, and also have pretty reasonable effects for the skin as an oral agent. So we're looking forward to the approval of that and having that in our treatment armamentarium. Next. Dr. Fernandez mentioned deucravacitinib, and that is now in clinical trials for psoriatic arthritis as well, with some early good responses. Similar again, you'll see the 60, 30, 20 response in the joints, which is what we look for to be along the same lines as other medications for psoriatic arthritis. Again, an oral agent. Again, a TYK2 inhibitor, so sort of a step before the JAK inhibitors, and perhaps maybe with a little better safety profile than the JAK inhibitors in terms of side effects. Next. Finally, the development of a psoriatic arthritis diagnostic test. Unfortunately, as I said, this is a clinical diagnosis. We don't have a blood test or a clinical test that really tells us that someone has psoriatic arthritis. That is a major focus right now of the National Psoriasis Foundation, funding a great deal of research to look into that. We think that if we can pick up psoriatic arthritis earlier, that we can treat aggressively early on and maybe prevent damage better along the way. There's a lot of focus on understanding the pathogenic mechanisms that can impact development of disease, as I mentioned earlier. We want to certainly see if we can prevent disease by using therapy earlier. And also a big focus now of maybe trying to combine medications more. We've always put methotrexate sometimes together with some of the biologics, but maybe there are other combinations that we can use, and that's a major focus of some research now. Next. All right, so I'll stop there, and I think Dr. Fernandez and I would be happy to answer questions that have come up, and I've seen a lot of things popping up in the chat.
Great. Thanks, Dr. Siegel, for an amazing presentation. I do have a number of different questions, and we'll start out with one for you. How can you tell if back pain is from spinal stenosis or psoriatic arthritis?
Right, so that's a really good question, and we differentiate that as mechanical back pain and inflammatory back pain. So probably the most important thing to look for is what happens with rest. So mechanical back pain gets better with rest. You know, if you've bent over and you picked up a heavy box and you've thrown out a disc, or you have spinal stenosis and you're walking around and you're getting back and leg pain, that lying down actually makes things better, and you can lie down for maybe half an hour, feel a little bit better, get up and start walking again. It's the opposite in inflammatory back pain. So spondylitis from ankylosing spondylitis or psoriatic spondylitis actually gets worse with rest. That's why there's so much morning stiffness when people get up. That can last for 30 to 60 minutes or more. And when people have been active and then lie down, things actually get worse. When they get up and move around, things actually feel better. That's probably the most central answer to the question. Also, inflammatory back pain generally occurs before the age of 40. and is associated with nighttime pain, awakening from pain in the middle of the night. So those are some of the things you can use to differentiate.
And for you both, does sleep disorders and or lack of sleep contribute to psoriasis or psoriatic arthritis?
Well, lack of sleep doesn't do good for anything. Certainly adds to the fatigue. We think maybe that sleep apnea adds to some autoimmune type issues. So we do recommend good sleep. Tony, you want to add anything to that?
Yeah, I mean, I think this idea of wellness, eating healthy, exercising, getting adequate sleep is another frontier that we're learning about. And as Dr. Siegel mentioned, I mean, there's a pretty large body of medical literature surrounding the biology of sleep and how inadequate sleep can have abnormal effects on the immune system and contribute to inflammation.
Okay. And Dr. Fernandez, is there any research being done on the reoccurrence for psoriasis coming back? We had mentioned resident memory cells, and this is in particular to mirikizumab.
Mirikizumab?
Yes.
We have all these great weapons for psoriasis, of course, and we know that none of them represent a cure. So in general, we assume that when a patient stops a medicine, regardless of how well he or she is responding, that eventually that psoriasis is going to come back, that really the medicines are just controlling the inflammation. Mirikizumab and the IL-23 inhibitors are interesting because there is some evidence that interleukin 23 is very important for the maturity of Th17 cells and for their survival. So at least in theory, if you block interleukin 23 long enough, you may be affecting the ability of Th17 cells, which as of now we think are certainly one of the key pathogenic cells in psoriasis. You may be affecting their ability to survive. And if you can get rid of them, then perhaps you can have longer remissions. I don't know that I'd go as far as to say a cure, but I do believe there is some research, but I am personally not aware of any specific project or specific research study. But Dr. Siegel, I'm not sure if you're aware of anything through GRAPPA or.
Well, not specifically, but of course, this is a major focus of the National Psoriasis Foundation starting this year. That it's the search for a cure, and there is a lot of funds being pushed into research projects even as we speak to look at that, and to look at the what mechanisms we might be able to affect to actually bring about a cure rather than just suppression of disease.
Okay, and Dr. Siegel, a question that came in early. What are the key lab tests one should be getting regularly with psoriatic arthritis diagnosis?
Right, so again, unfortunately, there's no specific lab test for psoriatic arthritis per se. A lot of it depends on what medicine the patient is on. So we generally tend to monitor liver function enzymes and blood counts on a number of the medicines we use, certainly with methotrexate and the more conventional disease modifying agents. And I still monitor blood tests like a CBC and a chemistry panel fairly on a regular basis when patients are on biologics. We tend to monitor a sed rate and a C-reactive protein as well to measure inflammation. So those can be elevated in psoriatic arthritis, but only in about 60% of patients. So there are a number of, there are as many as 40% of patients who will never have really an elevated sed rate or C-reactive protein. And then we just need to continue to monitor other health monitors for the comorbidities. So we do want to every so often, either in coordination with a primary care physician, be checking lipid panels and blood sugars, and still addressing things like obesity and hypertension to prevent the comorbidity and the heart disease.
Thank you. And for you both, Can you please talk about what's called CRISPR, CRISPR technology for psoriatic disease?
Well, I certainly know what CRISPR is in terms of genetic alteration, but I am not aware personally of anything going on in psoriatic disease. Are you, Dr. Fernandez?
I'm not. And, you know, I think, I don't know if CRISPR has been used per se to address diseases that may be polygenic in nature. I think CRISPR may be a technique that is perhaps most ideally used in diseases where there's a specific single gene that is abnormal and trying to repair that gene. That may change in the future, but like Dr. Siegel, I'm not aware of any research that is currently ongoing looking at the use of CRISPR for psoriasis or psoriatic arthritis.
Okay, and are you aware of any studies using CBD and THC effects on inflammation?
Actually, that is a focus of a small project that is getting started with the NPF right now. In fact, just prior to this, I was on the medical board meeting, and we discussed an ongoing sort of a pilot project that's happening now. So stay tuned for that. I do sometimes recommend CBD as an adjunct therapy for my patients who have significant joint pain and musculoskeletal pain, and have found it to be effective in some people, not in everybody. We definitely need a little bit more study on that.
Dr. Fernandez, do you have any comments to add?
No, it's exciting to hear there is that study with the NPF. Like Dr. Siegel, you know, I often have patients ask me about CBD, and you know, I think a study like the one that's just starting at the NPF is going to be very important for clinicians everywhere. I tell patients that, you know, at least to my knowledge, CBD, it seems to be safe, and that if it's something that they want to try, that they should give it a try. And my experience through my patients has been similar to Dr. Siegel. Some patients come back and believe it's been helpful, others not so much. So I think a well-designed research trial can be important for us to relay some more objective evidence to the patients who come to us asking about CBD oil.
Yeah, I mean, just in terms of medical marijuana, the only thing I add for my patients is because we know that smoking is so detrimental for inflammation and is one of the key things that we try to stop in psoriatic arthritis as part of our treatment protocol. I never recommend smoking medical marijuana.
And Dr. Fernandez, is there a test one can see to help assess inflammation?
I mean, aside from simple blood tests like CRP, not to my knowledge. I mean, you know, in theory, you can order tests that can look at levels of individual pro-inflammatory cytokines, but though, you know, those aren't really they're not really clinically applicable at this point in time. But again, I think along the lines of precision medicine, there may come a day where there's sort of a test that a company offers or an institution offers is looking at really the levels of a whole panel of inflammatory cytokines, and through some algorithm on a computer being able to put some meaning behind that profile for individuals. But that's the extent of my knowledge. But Dr. Siegel may have more insight into those tests for quote unquote inflammation than I do.
Right. Yeah, no, there really is nothing yet right now that really is ready for prime time. In that, I agree with you. I think that this is probably something that we will see down the road. There are some tests similar to that in rheumatoid arthritis already that take a series of cytokines and put them together and come up with a score. We don't have anything like that for psoriatic arthritis or psoriasis right now.
And a couple more questions. Dr. Siegel, how sensitive is MRI for picking up inflammation? And should naproxen be stopped a week prior to an MRI?
No, naproxen does not need to be stopped prior to an MRI because although it's an anti-inflammatory, it's not so potent that it would change anything that we would see on the MRI. An MRI can be very helpful to look for evidence of inflammation. We use that, in fact, frequently to look for spondylitis or inflammation in the sacroiliac joints, which sometimes can take a long time to be evident on plain x-rays. We can sometimes pick up inflammation earlier on MRI in joints before they develop erosions that you can see on x-ray. And the other modality that we use that is cheaper and easier to use is ultrasound. So looking at enthesitis, remember the inflammation of the tendons at the attachment of the bone, that can be seen on ultrasound. Also, inflammation of the joints can be seen on ultrasound, even when it's a little earlier than can be detected on a physical examination. So all of those modalities are helpful. They're a little expensive, but in situations where there is some confusion about whether an area is inflamed or not, then they are very useful.
Okay, and this relates to COVID, but perhaps you can both address it. Are there any articles recommending discontinuing NSAIDs prior to a COVID vaccination?
We're really not recommending that you need to do that right now in terms of NSAIDs. There's a whole set of guidelines in terms of the other medications that we use in rheumatology and dermatology. Most of the biologics do not need to be stopped in advance. JAK inhibitors that we were talking about probably should be. NSAIDs, there really is, to my knowledge at this point, Tony, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think we do not need to specifically stop. There was some sort of hazy data suggesting that at one point, but really not part of the current recommendation.
Yeah, everything I've heard has aligned with what Dr. Siegel just said. Yeah, most of the medicines do not seem to be a problem.
Right. I would say that there is a little controversy, and people should check with their healthcare provider about methotrexate around the time of the COVID vaccination. Some providers are recommending that it be stopped for 1 or 2 weeks after the vaccination, and others not. So I would check with your healthcare provider about that.
Great, thank you. And for other questions about COVID-19 and different medications, please check our COVID-19 Resource Center, and we'll put that link in the chat box. So look
Perfect.
for that. And also in April, we'll be have a whole panel on COVID-19. So I urge you to register today for the April 10th conference. So thank you again, Dr. Fernandez and Dr. Siegel. That was a great Q&A. We still have questions coming in, but we will answer those within the chat box. So thank you for being here today.
Thank you.
My pleasure.
Thank you both, gentlemen, and not just for today, but for everything you do for us every day. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Pleasure.
To everybody else out there, between all of your hard listening and important questions, you've earned yourself another 5-minute break. So for those of you on the East Coast, stretch yourself or go do whatever you need to do, and let's reconvene at 3:03 Eastern, 12:03 Pacific. And at that point, we'll be handing out some awards to some other very worthy people within the medical community. So see you in 5 minutes. In the interim, there'll be slides continuing to cycle through, talking about a bunch of the resources we've already mentioned and then have been putting in the chat room, ways to connect with us, ways you can get involved for fundraising efforts, the Navigation Center, and also sound bites. I don't think I mentioned that yet. These are great resources. They're usually 20 to 30-minute recaps of some very important topics. The most recent one was about the myths and misconceptions of psoriasis. So they're really worth checking out. So I'll leave you to it. Thank you.
Thank you, Matt.
Matt?
Okay, everybody. Sorry, a few minutes late here. I just wanted to make sure that we were ready for our next module, which, as I've already indicated to you, we will be now dispensing some awards to some very worthy people in the medical community. The person who would be dispensing those awards is Dr. April Armstrong, who's currently the chair of the NPF's medical board, and she's on, excuse me, the board of directors as well. She is a physician at the Keck School of Medicine at USC and Associate Dean of Clinical Research. She's also in the Department of Dermatology at USC and serves as Vice Chair of Clinical Trials and Outcome Research and Director of the Psoriasis Program. There are also many, many other titles and accolades I could say about Dr. Armstrong, but in short, she has been a passionate advocate for our communities, to our community, excuse me. So with that said, we will carry on to bestow these awards to the winners. Thank you, Dr. Armstrong.
Thank you so much, Matthew, for that introduction. And I am really excited to celebrate with you this very momentous occasion. I feel like this is the National Psoriasis Foundation Oscars. And I am here really joined by our awardees. So this is the Medical Profession Awards ceremony. And usually we would be gathered around in person and we would applaud. So please do feel free to applaud on this virtual platform. And so if I can have Bev or someone please advance the slide. Great, thank you. So the first award is the outstanding, we have multiple categories. The first award is the Outstanding Educator in Psoriatic Disease Award. And this award honors highly meritorious efforts by healthcare professionals in the field of psoriatic disease education. And this year, our award winner is Dr. Jason Hawks, who is Associate Professor of Dermatology at the University of Southern California in Davis. Let me tell you a little bit about Dr. Hawks. So he completed his dermatology residency at the University of Utah and graduated from the program's translational research track. He has also worked at Rockefeller in the laboratory of Dr. James Kruger. Dr. Hawks is currently serving on the medical board of the National Psoriasis Foundation, and he has played an instrumental role in promoting the NPF's education initiatives in 2020. Last year, Dr. Hawks took on the lead role in terms of looking at the Psoriatic Disease Educational Initiative, and that was received by first and second year medical students, and he identified the gaps that may be there, and he is developing a program for these students, and that really comprehensively covers pathophysiology of psoriatic diseases. And Dr. Hawks is also the co-chair for the 2020 residents meeting, which was very well received. So Dr. Hawks, thank you very much for all your dedication for psoriatic disease education. And we will go to the next slide, which shows the actual award. And if we can just spotlight Dr. Hawks and have him say a sentence or two, that would be great.
Well, thank you, April, and just want to thank the NPF. I'm really grateful for this honor, and congratulations to all of the other recipients. It's well deserved. You know, from my standpoint, you know, I've been fortunate to have had an opportunity to participate in psoriatic care, from, you know, mouse model research to clinical trials to the translational immunology. And I certainly have been educated by the NPF, and also many of the individuals on the medical board that I'm grateful to call my colleagues and mentors. And it's been a real honor and joy working with the NPF and all the staff and all the volunteers. And I'm just grateful to be able to give back the same education that I felt I received as a medical student and a resident and as a clinician. So thanks again, and congrats to everyone.
Great. Thank you very much, Dr. Hawks. And I love the chat. The chat is exploding. So this is where our chat applause is. And thank you so much, Jason, really for all your contributions thus far. And I really look forward to continually working together on the future educational initiatives. Great. So next slide, please. So next, we have the category of outstanding physician clinician. And this category has two subcategories of one given to a dermatologist and one given to a rheumatologist. And this award, so I'll first talk about the dermatologist award category for the outstanding physician clinician. And this award recognizes a physician for outstanding achievements in improving psoriatic disease, clinical practice, and who has played a major and lasting role with national impact in improving the quality of life of patients and their families, and who has also had an outstanding track record of sharing their expertise with other healthcare professionals. And this year, the 2020 winner is Dr. Cleve Liu, who is a director of the Psoriasis Treatment Center at Bellevue Dermatology in Bellevue, Washington. So, woohoo! Can we spotlight Cleve, please, while I'm talking a little bit about him? Great. So, great. So Dr. Liu, let me tell you a little bit about him. He graduated from NYU and then completed a fellowship in psoriasis at UCSF. And he did his dermatology residency at University of Utah. I swear this is not a sort of Kahoot to pick our winners only from University of Utah, and later joined faculty there. Dr. Liu moved to Pacific Northwest in 2004 and is a director of the Psoriasis Treatment Center there at Bellevue Dermatology. He is currently also adjunct faculty at the University of Washington. He has served as faculty on the NPF's resident meeting in the past. And in addition to that, I also want to acknowledge the effort and support of Dr. Liu's wife, Ivy, who many of us in the psoriatic disease community know. Ivy works with Dr. Liu at Bellevue and really has also dedicated herself to caring for psoriasis patients as well. And I want to end by saying, in the words of one of Dr. Liu's patients, Dr. Liu is the most compassionate doctor I have ever met. He really knows his stuff. I have referred many patients to see this amazing guru of psoriasis. Psoriasis doesn't control me anymore. Dr. Liu, thank you for giving psoriasis patients their lives back, and congratulations on this award. So perhaps, Dr. Liu, if you can say a few words.
Of course. Thank you, Dr. Armstrong. This is truly an honor, and I really appreciate the award from the NPF Foundation, National Psoriasis Foundation. But it would be remiss for me to not, credit and recognize the patients I have who have really made me enjoy the life and the type of career I have chosen. Also to my wife, who has given me the joy and love that makes me enjoy the day I have every day. And finally, I really want to say the most important thing is to my mentors, if I could say, Rose Cody, Dr. John Koo at the University of California, San Francisco, who initiated the flame that started my path down psoriasis. And of course, Dr. Jerry Kruger, which, also not only mentored me, but mentored Jason, which led us down this road and made me, in many ways, a person that I am today. So truly the honor goes to both of them for guiding me. It is not an easy job. I'm not an easy person to work with. So it is them who's made me what I am. So thank you all very much.
Great. Thank you very much, Dr. Liu. And it's really been a pleasure to really have you as a leader in our psoriasis disease community, and really just your passion for treating psoriasis patients, but also your wonderful company. I think many of us have had the pleasure of being around, and your wife, Ivy, it's just such a pleasure and delight for all of us. And certainly, most importantly, your contributions for our psoriasis patients it's such an asset. So we wish we could clone you and put you in other parts of the country as well. But I know that certainly in the Seattle, Washington area, that we know where the patients can go to for a great physician who really specializes in psoriasis.
Thank you, April. I really appreciate those kind words.
Thank you. Great. So we will go to the next awardee. So this is again in the category of the outstanding physician assistant, outstanding physician clinician. And this award goes to a rheumatologist that recognizes a rheumatologist for his or her outstanding achievement in improving psoriatic disease in clinical practice, and who has also been actively involved in improving the clinical care of patients and in terms of sharing his knowledge with the broader community. And in 2020, this award goes to Dr. Vinicius Dominguez from Allergy, Asthma, and Arthritis Center at Daytona Beach, Florida. So let me talk to you a little bit of Dr. Dominguez. Dr. Dominguez graduated from Estácio de Sá Medical School in Brazil and did his internal medicine residency at Cornell and then his rheumatology fellowship at NYU. Dr. Dominguez believes in a treat-to-target approach in rheumatology, and his plans are based on shared decision-making with the patient. He also believes in an integrated care approach, often bringing expertise from physical therapy, pain medicine, as well as holistic medicine. And Dr. Dominguez has published prolifically and contributed to our understanding of psoriatic arthritis. And one of Dr. Dominguez's patients said this about him: after 30 years of suffering from psoriatic arthritis, he has been the best of all. And from his bedside manner to the time spent explaining the medications and even checking up on me after the appointment. When I started seeing Dr. Dominguez, I could barely walk from psoriatic arthritis. Now I'm able to run on the beach. I don't know where I would be if I didn't have him in my life. So congratulations, Dr. Dominguez.
Well, thank you very much, Dr. Armstrong. I'm very proud to be here. Very proud for the recognition from the National Psoriasis Foundation. The way I got mainly interested in psoriasis and psoriatic arthritis was serendipitous. When I landed in Daytona Beach, no dermatologist was interested in treating psoriasis. They were mainly interested in cosmetics or cancer. So I ended up having to learn a lot about general dermatology, and my interest in psoriasis became very apparent. So I'm really proud to be able to give this back to my patients. And in 2021, we have so many great therapies, and I'm very happy to provide them to all of my patients. Thank you.
Great. Thank you so much, Dr. Dominguez. And I'm so glad that you can really help serve the patient population in the Daytona Beach and Florida area. Sounds like, and we can tell from the nominations, not only in terms of their psoriatic arthritis needs, but you are also sounds like an honorary dermatologist in that regard and treating their psoriasis. So we very much appreciate that, and congratulations.
Thank you very much. Thanks for the kind words.
And then the next award is in the category of Outstanding Advanced Healthcare Provider. And this award recognizes an advanced provider for outstanding achievement in improving psoriatic disease clinical care, and who has really played a major role in the lives of our patients and their families in terms of improving their quality of life and decrease the burden of disease associated with psoriasis. And this year, the winner is Miss Ashley Dominique, who is a physician assistant at California Skin Institute in Encinitas, California. A little bit about Ashley. Ashley is a physician assistant who received her training at Rush University in Chicago, Illinois. She practices all aspects of dermatology and sees both pediatric and adult patients. Ashley takes pride in her work and strives to provide the highest quality of care for her patients. She is a member of the Society of Dermatology Physician Assistants and the American Academy of Physician Assistants. In addition, she also practices virtual urgent care part-time to offer additional access for her patients. And as one of her patients has said, for the better part of the last decade, Ashley has provided excellent dermatological dermatological care for my chronic psoriasis. She treated me with kind, considerate, and effective psoriasis management, resulting in nearly complete clearance. Ashley has moved down to Southern California, but she remains a trusted and responsive practitioner for my psoriasis care. Now, I know if I move somewhere, I'm not sure if I'm able to maintain the same level of responsiveness with my patients, but certainly, Ashley, sounds like you're very well loved by your patients and a very much valued practitioner by our community. So congratulations, Ashley.
Thank you. Yeah, the patient that nominated me, actually, he was a huge success story. He had psoriasis for over 50 years and had done every other treatment, methotrexate and UVB and everything. And finally, we got him on a biologic that kept him clear. And now he's been off a biologic for a year and he's still clear. So it's, really heartwarming when you can make such a difference for patients in their lives when they're struggling for so long.
Great. Well, thank you very much, Ashley. And I'm so happy to see that as a fellow Californian that that you're still in our state and helping to a little closer to where I am now and to helping with our patient population.
Thank you.
Great. And next slide, please. So the next award is called the National Psoriasis Foundation Health Professional Volunteer of the Year Award. This award recognizes a healthcare professional who has promoted NPF's mission of improving the life for patients with psoriatic disease through exceptional contributions to key initiatives of the foundation. The winner is active at the affiliate, local, or national level and has a history of contributions to the NPF goals. And this year, our winner is Dr. Michael Lewitt, who is at Illinois Dermatology Institute in Chicago. So Dr. Lewitt is a dermatologist who graduated summa cum laude from a 6-year program from the University of Missouri and obtained MD at the age of 24. So as you can see, Doogie Howser there. He did his residency at St. Louis University and served as chief resident during his final year in training. He specializes in complex psoriasis and psoriatic arthritis management and is very facile with the use of biologic treatments as well as a number of other treatment modalities. Dr. Lewitt also leads and performs medical dermatology clinical trials with De Novo Research. He serves as honorary medical chair at the National Psoriasis Foundation Walks in Chicago. In the words of the NPF staff, quote, Dr. Lewitt has shown time and again his commitment to not only his patients, but to the psoriatic community overall. He regularly puts the foundation and its priorities ahead of his personal and business schedule, and he is available and open to any and all superheroes. That's, of course, it starts with a P, superheroes, regardless of where they are. Dr. Lewitt is a guaranteed yes whenever we need anything, and he sets the standard for our provider's role within the foundation's events. So I can tell the amount of energy, dedication that Dr. Lewitt, you have really devoted to this, to our foundation and to our psoriatic disease community. So I want to thank you for your dedication to our community and congratulations on this award.
Thank you very much, April. I really appreciate it. During obviously a challenging year for everyone when things were canceled or transitioned to virtual, a lot of people would have been more prone to take, and my friends, family, colleagues, and even patients, found a way to give, and still, help with all the, psoriatic disease just doesn't take a break during a pandemic, whether it's research, innovation, or even patient support and education and resident education. So I just thought it was really important to, make sure that we still give the NPF what it deserves, because it does that for us. And thank you very much for the honor and the kind words, and congratulations to the other recipients.
Great, thank you very much, Dr. Lewitt. And to conclude this award ceremony, I just want to say we receive a lot of nominations for these awards, and our winners are truly truly very special, and they are extremely dedicated to our psoriatic disease community. And we so appreciate your time and energy and effort. And I also want to thank my co-committee members, Dr. Lebois and Dr. Daphna, as well as Stacy Bell, in terms of Dr. Bell, in terms of really helping us to go through all the various nominations, and the NPF staff and community for not only your nomination, but the ultimate selection of the winners. So congratulations to all of our awardees today. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Armstrong. And again, everybody give virtual rounds of applause to Dr. Hewitt and Dr. Hawks and Dr. Liu and Dr. Dominguez and Miss Dominique. And if there's one thing I hope you take out of that is that we might think doctors are sort of standoffish or can't get past the white coat syndrome from our end. These are some people who do incredible amount of work to help us. And what we rarely get a view of is the hours they spend working on trials and research and guidelines that we never even see. It goes way beyond just seeing patients in their offices. It is truly devotion. So having said that, and to finally tie up everything else we've been doing today, we're going to go to our last official module, which is tips for tips for eating healthy. And this is going to be presented by Eloise O'Donnell, who is a dietary technician in Manhattan Beach, California. And she also specializes in helping people with diabetes and weight loss. So Eloise, when you're ready, we're looking forward to this. I think it'll be a great tie-in to everything else we've been reading about and learning today.
Okay, wonderful. Well, thank you for having me. Yes, I'm a registered dietitian and a diabetes specialist in Manhattan Beach. And we'll just go through the slides. I know that Dr. Wang touched on some of the slides and touched on the Mediterranean diet, so we'll go into more depth here. So we want to think about eating to promote health rather than disease. And I remind us that the food choices we make every day affect our health. And certain foods give the body energy to do all of the daily activities that help make us feel good and the body function well. Having a chronic disease, as you know, puts you at a higher risk for other chronic diseases like cardiovascular health and diabetes. It can impact depression. And so we want to reduce the risks for those other chronic disease and improve our overall health. So in 2018, the National Psoriasis Foundation Medical Board published these recommendations, and they're excellent. I really recommend them for all of us. That's great reading and great recommendations, and they're evidence-based. So really good information in here. Because having psoriasis and psoriatic arthritis put us at that higher risk for heart disease and diabetes, we want to focus on these wonderful foods. So fruits and vegetables, whole grains and beans, low-fat dairy products, and we'll go over this in more detail in case people have questions. Lean proteins like fish, poultry, plant-based options. In general, foods that are low in saturated fat, free of trans fat, that's the goal, trans fat free, and low in sodium. And then we also want to reduce our intake of red meat, processed foods, and added sugars. So those are great recommendations. Oh, here we go. Also, there's a higher risk of depression. So we want to reduce the inflammatory nature of the foods we eat. And we also want to relieve some of those symptoms of depression. So great choices are things that are rich in protein, rich in antioxidants, trippy to say, selenium, and then rich in omega-3 fatty acids. And I just want to touch on depression and chronic disease. I like to remind my patients and myself that we want to think about the things that are within our control and not what is out of our control. So the diagnosis may be out of our control, but we do have control over what we eat and how we treat ourselves. A lot of times we develop coping mechanisms that include food. So if we're sad or depressed or frustrated, a lot of us can turn to food to feel better. So if your coping mechanism is eating, it helps to think of other coping mechanisms, healthier coping mechanisms. So writing in a journal, meditation, going for a walk, talking to your support system, all of these things are better for your body than maybe the pattern of turning to food in a stressful situation. Okay, so let's go over these dietary recommendations from the board. Again, I really recommend them. The first one is to reduce the number of calories eaten daily if you're overweight or obese. So there's a correlation between obesity and being overweight and the stress that that puts on our overall system and inflammation, right? So if you are, and you can look up a BMI calculator, Google BMI calculator, one comes out from the National Health, Lung and Blood Institute, and it's excellent, it's easy. Type in your height and your weight, and then it gives you the range for where your BMI is. So if you fall into the overweight or obese categories, you'll want to reduce your overall caloric intake. And you can do that in a couple of ways. I say go slow, start small. You don't want to do something that is so aggressive and dramatic. You'll want to throw in the towel in a couple of weeks. So go slow. You can try smaller portions. You can try lower calorie versions of your favorites. You can use smaller plates. You can eat more vegetables. Vegetables are great. They fill you up without too many calories. So again, you want to, when you're restricting your calories, you want to go slow so that you can stick with it. The second recommendation is to follow a gluten-free diet if you test positive for gluten sensitivity or have celiac disease. So gluten, you probably know, is the protein found in wheat and rye and other processed foods. If you have psoriasis, you are more likely to have a gluten sensitivity. And if you have that gluten sensitivity, it's definitely pro-inflammatory. So you want to be careful of this, of the gluten in your diet. And if you have that gluten sensitivity, you want to avoid gluten for sure. Okay, so the third recommendation is to try a vitamin D supplement. Good food sources of vitamin D are oily fish like salmon and sardines. Egg yolks are a good source. And if you're watching your cholesterol because of cardiovascular disease, it's okay to have up to 3 egg yolks in a week. So you might want to find out if you have a vitamin D deficiency, and that is a simple blood test from your doctor. There was a study in 2015 that 40% of patients with psoriatic arthritis had a vitamin D deficiency. So there is a big link there. And most Americans, or a good percentage of Americans, have a vitamin D deficiency. So think of improving the vitamin D deficiency, think of food sources and also non-food sources like a supplement. Okay, the fourth recommendation, and I know Dr. Huang mentioned this as well, is to try the Mediterranean diet. The Mediterranean diet is often voted the best overall eating pattern for many different reasons. It is an excellent eating pattern for all of us. So it avoids or limits foods that are pro-inflammatory and includes a lot of foods that are anti-inflammatory. Like I said, it's a great overall eating pattern because it lowers your risk of cardiovascular disease, diabetes, hypertension, some forms of cancer. There's great information out there. I would point you to a reputable source like the American Heart Association for more information on the Mediterranean diet. And we are going to cover some of it now. So this is the pyramid of the Mediterranean diet. And on the bottom, you can see daily physical activity. Daily physical activity is wonderful for lowering the inflammation in our diet, right? So it's a great stress reducer. It improves our sleep. So moderate daily physical activity is wonderful. And then on the next step of the pyramid, you can see that the majority of intake comes from vegetables, peas, beans, fruits, whole grain cereals. So you want to eat local, eat seasonally. We want to avoid overly refined carbohydrates like breads, rice, and pasta. So if you are going to have the starches, think whole grain and not overly refined. Again, it limits red meat intake, and fish and poultry are going to be better substitutes. You can have white fish, or you can have, like I said, the oily, heavier fishes like salmon, because they're great sources of omega-3 fatty acids. You want to use non-saturated or monounsaturated oils, like olive oil, grapeseed oil, instead of animal fat, butter, lard, things like that. Definitely want to limit the intake of highly processed foods, like fast food or things that are like that, overly processed. Those are definitely pro-inflammatory. Okay, wonderful. I'm trying to see if I have anything else. Oh, sorry, a couple other things about the Mediterranean diet that I want to mention. Dairy, I know there are questions about dairy. You want to include moderate amounts of dairy, and this is something that is particular to different people. Some people have a lactose intolerance. If you do, you obviously want to enjoy or avoid dairy. If you're able to digest dairy easily, you can include moderate amounts of low-fat dairy. Like I said, low-fat is the good option. That's going to be less inflammatory than the full-fat versions. The Mediterranean diet also includes using spices and flavors instead of salt. So garlic, salsa, spices, seasonings, oregano, herbs, things like that, lemon juice, sprinkling it on your food. Think of all those things as great additions to your food to add flavor and not add salt or saturated fat. You want to snack on fruit, and unsalted nuts are an important part of the Mediterranean diet. Unsalted nuts are great for bringing down our inflammation and improving our cardiovascular health. You want to drink lots of water, and herbal tea also counts as being great hydration. So feel free to drink herbal tea. Okay, so now we can talk about nightshades. So nightshade vegetables such as eggplant, tomatoes, and peppers, they are definitely a part of the Mediterranean diet, but you probably know that some experts say those vegetables contain nutrients that help inhibit arthritis pain. However, some people have found anecdotally that they trigger flares of psoriasis or psoriatic arthritis. So again, there are personal reports and kind of anecdotal evidence, but there's no clear medical evidence that support this theory. So many people report symptom relief when they avoid nightshade vegetables. So if you want to try that, and you've noticed your disease flares after eating them, try a test. You can avoid them for 30 days to see if your symptoms are relieved. So I think it's personal, and you can try it and see how it works for you. Okay, so alcohol. The research shows that alcohol use may increase the risk for developing psoriasis, and it may make symptoms worse. So the severity increases with 2 glasses of alcohol per day. And the National Health Survey, 1 drink was associated with more severe psoriasis. So it's also contraindicated for certain types of medications. So for most people, it sounds like alcohol is better to be avoided or limited. Okay, probiotics. Probiotics are great for gut health. And as we all know, there is a direct correlation between the health of our gut and our skin. It's made up, those 2 systems in our bodies are made up of the same type of cells, epithelial cells. So we really want to take care of our gut, and probiotics are a great way to nourish the flora of our gut. So probiotics are in some foods, or you can use them as a supplement, or you can take them as a supplement. Foods, good sources are like non-fat Greek yogurt, kefir, kombucha, and also sauerkraut. Think of sauerkraut because it's fermented. That's going to have good probiotics. Okay, so gosh, already in summary, we want to choose foods that promote your best health and reduce the health risks. So we want to reduce those risks of heart disease, diabetes, and depression. You want to consider losing weight if you're in the overweight or obese category, again, to take the stress off your body and reduce that inflammation and improve the organ function. You want to be careful with the supplements. You can see what works for you, but I definitely would talk to a provider with specific questions that you have. And then I love this suggestion: take small steps, change 1 behavior at a time. So in my experience as a dietitian, when we try to overhaul anything, that's related to our nutrition and our health and our diet, it can be overwhelming. So we don't want to add stress to this. We want to add or change 1 step at a time, and then build on that success. So a great idea is to make a plan, say it out loud, write it down, share it with your support system. And you can use the SMART acronym for your goal and your plan. So you want to make it specific, measurable, attainable, realistic, and timely. So maybe you want to start a food journal. So I am going to write down everything I eat for 30 days, everything I eat and drink for 30 days. Is that realistic for me? Well, no, I'm going out of town this weekend, so it's not realistic for me to start today. So I'm going to start Monday. So starting Monday. So see, I'm making it really specific, making sure it makes sense for me. I'm seeing if I can measure it, because at the end of the month, I will be able to know if I did it or not. It's part of that, making it realistic and making sure we just do 1 step at a time and don't bite off more than we can chew. And then last, there is a slide about this wonderful healthy eating guide for psoriatic disease. And again, I think it's excellent. I really recommend ordering the guide. I think it's really helpful. I want to make sure, I think we do have time for some questions. And are there questions?
Hi, Eloise. Yes, we did have some questions for you.
Okay, wonderful.
First question, are there other foods besides fermented foods that are probiotic?
Good question. Those are the ones, the probiotic foods have to have the healthy live bacteria. So they do come in, I think that's the correlation between fermented and you have to make sure there's that bacteria. So yogurt, kefir, kombucha, and sauerkraut are the best sources.
And someone has tried those, but they made their stomach upset. Does this make any sense that that could have that effect?
I just saw this in the text miso and tempeh. Those are good sources as well.
Or what about supplements? How do you feel about supplements?
Supplements can be as effective. You want to buy them from, you want to buy a good source. Nordic Naturals are a really good source of supplements, probiotic supplements. I buy mine from my local Trader Joe's and have found them really to be helpful for my digestion. Probiotics are wonderful. And when you have psoriasis, studies show that you have more limited gut bacteria, and we want our gut bacteria to be a broader range. So probiotics, so supplements are good. I would try a supplement.
And how important is it to work with a dietitian versus trying to make dietary changes on your own?
Well, of course, I'm going to recommend working with a dietitian. I think a food journal can be really helpful, and I think it's so personal. But I think if you want to make a more concentrated effort to improve your health and find ways to reduce your symptoms and improve your overall health, working with a dietitian is going to be beneficial.
And another question, and this was, it may have been touched on in the chat box. What test results should be watched for possible changes when following an autoimmune protocol diet, otherwise known as AIP?
Yeah. It's interesting because the food allergy tests, they're not always accurate. So the idea of the autoimmune protocol diet is that you eliminate foods for 30 days and then slowly bring them back into your diet. And so the testing involved is really your observations of your reaction to those different foods that you've eliminated. So the testing is really to see how you react to those foods, and you'll know that when you reintroduce them into your system.
And do you have any tips for preparing foods when someone is just really fatigued, given what's associated with their disease or medications they may be taking? You know, they're just too tired to make a meal. What tips can you provide?
Good question. Well, I feel for that individual because that definitely makes things harder. I say easy to prepare items. So vegetables are always wonderful, and they can be easy. Make them on a sheet pan, even if you buy bags of cauliflower or broccoli or green beans, you can easily put them on a sheet pan with a little bit of olive oil and roast them for 20 minutes, and then make enough for that night, and the next night, maybe 2 or 3 nights. That's an easy thing. You know, if you're short on time or low on energy, I think easier better. So you can easily bake some fish, bake some chicken, heat or, you know, saute some ground turkey. Those are all low fat and easy, quick options. And again, make enough for the next day so you can easily have a good option the next day as well.
Okay, and I think that's all the time we have, because I believe you already answered the question, are gluten and dairy inflammatory foods? So you touched on that in your presentation.
One thing, yeah, thanks for reminding me of that question, Bev, too. Think about your overall pattern. So the question was, are gluten and dairy inflammatory? They can be for some people, and other people, they can be really helpful additions to their diet. So you also want to think of the refined carbohydrates. So I wouldn't recommend having a large sandwich with a lot of bread that is gluten-free bread, because even if you have all that bread, all of that bread that's really processed is going to be inflammatory. So you want to think of having a smaller portion and reducing that heavily processed refined carbohydrate. Like the dairy, like some people are going to be fine with a moderate amount of low-fat dairy, and that's going to be a helpful, you know, food in their diet, and other people are going to find that it's too hard for them. So thanks for reminding me of that question too.
Sure. And going back to the Mediterranean food pyramid, in the seafood category, are there some types to be avoided, like shellfish?
I don't think, well, shellfish we want to be careful of because it is higher in cholesterol. So we want to be careful with that link and cardiovascular disease. But fish in general is going to be more anti-inflammatory, less inflammatory than heavier, more saturated fat protein.
And how do you feel about the use of avocado oil? Do you recommend that?
Yeah, avocado oil is great. It gets monounsaturated. We still want to be careful because, like any fat, it's calorically dense. So we want to be careful of the amount, but it is a good monounsaturated oil for us.
And do you have any websites that you could recommend to help folks if they're really trying to lose weight and they're just looking for some added support?
There are great resources out there. For recipes, I love Cooking Light. There are great recipes from the American Heart Association. I know the National Psoriasis, the Eating Well, the guidebook that just came out, they do have some resources. The Mayo Clinic is a good source. And then there are specific sources to the Mediterranean diet. American Heart Association has good information on the Mediterranean diet.
Great, those are all good to know. Well, thank you for being here today to share some nutrition tips with our listeners. We really appreciate you taking time on a Saturday and providing all the great information and resources.
Wonderful, you're very welcome. Thanks very much. Bye.
Okay, bye.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
You know, guys, before I move on, if any of the medical board is still here and attending, I wonder if you'd have anything to add from Eloise's presentation related to our dietary guidelines. And no problem if no one's available at the moment. All right, I'm going to take that as a no. Look, guys, we have made it through the scheduled modules of the day. Now, I'm happy to invite anybody who's interested to have a little social time. We did this after the conference in the fall, and it went pretty well, but we have some housekeeping items to follow up with. So to that end, I'd like you, sorry, I have something frozen here on my computer. As the slide shows, we have the conference goodie bags you should be receiving. That is really why we wanted people to register. And we do request again that your full name is on the Zoom participant list. We do encourage you to meet and connect with others, and I'll get to more of that in a moment. We'll follow up with a recording of the conference so that you can listen to it again. And naturally, we would love to have those of you who are not yet consider being a volunteer. None of this work is possible without volunteers such as yourself. So it is vitally important. I mean, it's volunteers that are the lifeblood and drive everything that happens here at the foundation. So please consider that. We also need to be sure to give thanks to our partners who make this possible, who are Amgen, Bristol Myers Squibb, AbbVie, and UCB, please forgive me. Again, a lot of the work we do would not be possible without their support. So I do hope you enjoyed this today and learned something for this conference, which is Healthier Together, Living Well with Psoriatic Disease. We will be having another community conference next month, and that focus will be related to COVID. So obviously that will be very topical. And there were quite a few related COVID questions in the chat rooms earlier when the physicians were speaking. So I would encourage you all to attend. So having said that, we can now move to some free social time. Last time I did have some things in mind to do, but this will be more of an open forum. So feel free to turn on your mics and also to turn on your cameras if you wish. But I'd like to recap some of the things from today. First and foremost, particularly to those who are here for the first time, welcome to the community. Please know you're never alone in battling this disease anymore, all right? We're all here to help you and embrace you. And more importantly, the foundation's here to help you as well. I mean, that's why they exist. They're a nonprofit. They're not here to make money. They're here to help all of us. Don't ever forget that. You know, if you have a chance, if you haven't seen the story that Chris flagged earlier about Tommy, who suffered from psoriatic disease, you know, we didn't reach him. And I consider that a personal failure because we could have made a difference for him, I believe. So I never want anybody else to fall into that category. So please take that to heart. Something else to remember that some of you who know me very well are probably sick of hearing. Please remember this that you probably learned today. You can ignore your psoriasis, but it won't ignore you. So take some of the things that were taught to us today to heart. Think about them. You don't have to change everything in your life. Take baby steps. Take the things that resonated with you. Make small little efforts. And whatever we can do along the way will help. So I think that's all from me. You've probably heard enough from me today. If anybody else would like to start participating, maybe some people would like to ask some questions, whether they're questions of some of the others who have been making comments in the chat room, questions to me about my personal struggle with disease. Maybe you want to tell your story. Maybe you want to tell something that resonated with you that was said today. So like I said, this is an open forum. There's Jane. So feel free to chime in.
I have a question. I don't know if you can hear me.
Sue Rivera?
Yeah, that's me.
We can hear you. Hello.
Hi, I have a question. What is involved with becoming a volunteer?
The beautiful thing, and people from the foundation, feel free to chime in on this afterwards, but beautiful thing about being a volunteer is there's all kinds of ways that you can help. So whether that's maybe helping on social media, little things like retweeting some of the things that we put out there. I mean, that's just one small thing, but the foundation's very involved in advocacy. So then that can be intimidating to some people, but it does involve speaking to our political representatives, whether that's in the state or local level or on the federal level. In fact, we have a virtual visit to Capitol Hill in DC coming up towards the end of April. It's really, here's what I tell people. You give what you can, when you can. Maybe it's just connecting with others within the community. We have different peer support measures that you could be involved of. What I like to say is whatever your natural talents are, we can use them. And there's a way for them to be used. So I would say is think about what interests you, Sue, and then reach out to us and we can kind of give you some suggestions. And you give what you can, when you can.
Okay. I've actually, my biggest issue right now is the cost of the Stelara that I'm on. And I put that out in the chat room and a lot of people responded with the same issue. I'm retired. I'm on Medicare. Stelara was covered when I was working. Now that I'm on Medicare, it's not, and it costs like $2,000 per injection, depending on which stage you're in the Medicare Part D. I don't know, you know what I'm talking about. There are 4 stages of Part D. So it depends on where you are, but it's ridiculously expensive. And I actually sent, through the National Psoriasis Foundation, I sent one of these emails to our local, I think she's a representative, and actually it went to 2 of them. And I got back standard answer number 2 from both of them, which was 0. I mean, yeah, we're working on this and that, but it was all lip service. And I haven't gotten anything further from that in terms of, the cost.
Right. Well, I'm gonna make a comment, but I'm gonna ask anybody else here who is in the same situation as Sue, please feel free to speak up. But that is something, if you haven't yet, Sue, that perhaps it's not going to change what happens with, particularly in Medicare, but Patient Navigation Center, if there's other resources available to help augment the current out-of-pocket costs you're suffering, they have the resources and tools to help you find those type of programs.
Believe me, I've been through all of that with the funding and this and that. My income is above their limit of who they will help. One of your patient navigators, I think she's no longer with you, unfortunately, her name was Adriana.
Mm-hmm.
She was outstanding what she did. And my rheumatologist didn't even believe this. She found an infusion center that's not far from me. I'm on Stelara and I was self-injecting. After talking to Medicare and everybody else to find out if there was anything that could help, nobody told me anything until Adriana found an infusion center that would get it covered under Part B, which was awesome because it's $185 deductible for the year, as opposed to $2,000 for each injection. But that's been extended. It has to do with this SAD list. Are you familiar with that? It stands for self-administered drug meaning that you can give it to yourself. Because of the COVID national health emergency, it has not been put on the SAD list yet, but so I'm still getting it covered under Part B. As soon as the national health emergency is over, it's going to be on the SAD list, and I'm going to be paying again, big time.
Matt, this is Leah. If I could just chime in.
Leah.
Hi, everybody, and Sue, thank you for being here and sharing your experience. My name is Leah Howard. I'm the Foundation's Chief Operating Officer, and one of the departments that I oversee is our advocacy team. And this issue is unfortunately something we are aware of and have been working to address, both the SAD drug list piece of it that you're talking about right now, as well as just the overall challenges to the community that is receiving care through Medicare. And so I would just say, thank you for engaging with us, and thank you for sharing your story and utilizing our tools to contact your elected officials, because it really is so important that they hear from you and others like you about the way in which you're challenged to stay on your therapy within Medicare. And Matt referenced our upcoming Capitol Hill Day, and every year part of our visit, part of our talking points during those meetings is related to Medicare, because unfortunately we know from years of doing surveys within our community, and I see Dr. Stacy Bell, our Chief Scientific and Medical Officer, still on the call, that this issue, the affordability of therapies within Medicare, is one that is and has been an ongoing challenge. And so we will continue to bring your concerns to your elected officials, but I'm so glad you sent those letters. I'm sorry you got the canned responses, but it's so critical people continue to hear about this, because you're right, it's a problem. It's not just a problem for our community, it's a problem for a lot of individuals with different chronic diseases that access care through Medicare. And thank you for sharing your story.
Don't you find it ironic that when I was working, it was covered because it was a private medical plan, a company provided medical plan, but now that I'm on Medicare, I'm older, it feels like a form of age discrimination in a way. It's so ironic.
Yeah, so about 5 years ago, I was involved in a meeting with a group from our medical board. We've gotten to engage with many of them here today. And we went down and asked, I think there were 6 or 7 medical board members on the panel, and we asked them kind of what keeps you up at night. And this transition of their patients from the commercial market to the Medicare market was by person, the top thing that they mentioned. They said, you know, now that we have all these effective therapies, I know I can take my patients to a place where they're doing well. Right. And my big concern is what happens to my patient who's been in the commercial market and been stable and been doing really well for many years, and transitions over to Medicare, and they can no longer use their copay card, and they can no longer afford their therapy, and they're going off of the biologic that they've done really well on, and they're struggling. And so I will just say, you know, in addition to the NPF bringing this message to lawmakers and other patient advocacy organizations, the AAD, the ACR, and the other specialties are saying the same thing. You know, I don't know what's going to happen in Washington over the next 4 years, but we do obviously have a change in party, and there's a greater emphasis on health. And you know, I tend to be an optimist, so I hope that some of these issues that we all agree are a problem can be addressed in this new environment.
Can I just chime in here? This is Caroline. I'm in Portland, and I'm a volunteer. Sue could be reading from my own script, actually, because I am going to be turning 68 in May. I was in England for a couple of years, so off my biologics. I came back here, and of course now I'm on Medicare. I have actually had to go and find a job that provided health insurance simply so I could get back on my Stelara, because in the interim I have turned into a giant flake, actually, and I'm miserable. And the fact that when I was working, earning a decent salary, I qualified for the pharmaceutical company's savings plan, which would allow me to get my Stelara at a $0 to $5 copay.
Yep.
Whereas now on Medicare, even though I have Plan B and I didn't investigate the infusion option, I was called by the pharmacy who seemed to be choking when they told me that, well, it's been approved, but it'll cost you $2,800.
Exactly.
For one injection, which I need 4 times a year.
Me too.
Now that I'm a retiree living on Social Security and what little investments I have. So literally, again, as I say, I've had to go back into the workforce, find a job, which quite frankly, I would rather not do because I would rather spend all my time advocating and volunteering for NPF. But I don't have that option at this point if I want to get myself to a manageable level of my psoriasis. Just wanted to throw that out there.
Okay.
Thank you.
So the one thing that I want to say is it's not just a Medicare thing now. With the changes that HHS did for 2020 to the copay accumulator, where the copay accumulator, it used to be that if you took a medication that didn't have a generic equivalent, then there were guidelines for you. There was a limit on what you could pay, on what they could charge you. They changed that in 2020. In 2019, my copay for my Otezla was $35 a month, and my copay assistants picked that up. December of 2019. January of 2020, my copay went to $250 a month. This year, this January, I went to $1,250 a month, which means even with copay assistance, that'll run out in July.
Right.
Now,
So just to, yeah, Tammy, can I explain to everybody what a copay accumulator is? Because I think everybody might not be familiar with that. So the concept here is that many insurance companies now, they started doing it last year. Not very many did it, but now many are doing it, have adopted a practice where they, in their plan rules, essentially, they indicate that a copay card cannot be used to cover your deductible. So what happens is most of the copay assistance programs, the cards are worth a certain amount of money. So let's say $15,000. If you have copay assistance from a manufacturer and you use that copay assistance to receive your therapy, and let's say your therapy costs $6,000 a month, over the first 3 months, the copay card, the copay assistance, would cover the cost of the therapy, and you would hit your deductible if there was no copay accumulator program, because that copay assistance card is covering the cost of the therapy and that counts toward your deductible. And then after you've hit your deductible, the game changes and we no longer have these concerns. With a copay assistance, with a accumulator program in place, what happens is your insurance company does not count the copay assistance toward the deductible. And so what happens is the copay assistance is used the first 3 months. The $15,000 gets eaten up, covering the cost of the therapy. And then after that, you're no longer able to use the coupon, the copay assistance program, because you've used up that $15,000, but you have not met your deductible, whatever that is. And so you're then on the hook for the full cost of the therapy until you hit the deductible. So if your deductible is, $8,000, you have to contribute that $8,000 toward the therapy for the next couple of months until you hit the deductible. So this is an issue that the advocacy team's been working on. There's legislation in many states. I don't have my slide in front of me, but I think 7 states right now, the NPF is involved in legislation on this topic. We're leading in several. And if it's an issue that's personally impacting you, we would love for you to contact us so we can hear your stories and get you involved in this effort. I anticipate that most states will have legislation on this topic over the next couple of years, because it's a practice more and more states are, or more and more health insurance plans are adopting, and more states are hearing from their constituents about this issue that came out of nowhere. if you've worked with me on advocacy efforts, you've heard me say advocacy at the NPF is like a game of whack-a-mole, where basically we just go from one issue to the next because we hear from you and from the providers that you visit about these challenges. And so we're kind of constantly pivoting to try to address them. So thank you for bringing that one up, because it's a new issue many people are not familiar with, but it's a really big challenge. And it's a very unexpected financial hit because you've never had it before and nobody's going to warn you. It's buried in your plan when you get your, plan renewed for the year.
Yeah. And they told me, they're like, they send me a letter every month. They were sending it when it was $250 a month, but I was in no danger of hitting my max. Then they send me a letter every month and they're like, if you'd only pay that $12.50 a month cash, that would go towards your deductible. And I'm like, I have $9,000. Yeah, sure. Let me just write you a check. I'm just going to get right on that. Yeah. I mean, and this is why I'm on disability, but not on Medicare Part B, is because so that I could still get my medication. And now I'm screwed on the Medicare Part B part, because unless I have a change, my husband's job changes or he retires or something, then I have to pay a penalty every month for the rest of my life for Medicare Part B. And now I'm still in the same position that I would have been in had I just gone on Medicare Part B to begin with. And it's very frustrating. And in fact, I just sent out, Julia sent me, I sent out a one pager on the copay accumulators to Congressman Lamb, to his Health LA on Wednesday or Thursday.
Yeah. So if anybody know, our team is actively working on this issue daily. So if you don't have contact with the advocacy team, we can get you connected with them. And as Tammy said, we have resources that kind of explain what's happening. I saw a question about why is it your insurance company's business where the money is coming from. That's actually the point of the main talking point of our advocacy efforts is all copays count is the name of the campaign, kind of regardless of where your copay is coming from, it should, that funding should count toward it. So we are trying to hit on that message. And certainly as we educate lawmakers about this topic, we're seeing them ask some really good questions of the insurance companies to that exact point. So it's a really frustrating issue. I hear you, Tammy. I think I appreciate you bringing it up in this group.
Sure. And a lot of the problem is wording, just like everything, where they're like, the insurance companies are like, that's a coupon card. That's a coupon. Nobody pays that. And I'm like, how, who doesn't know that companies do pay for coupons? When you take a coupon to the store, when you give it to the cashier and they make sure they have that cashier, it's because they send it back to the company and the company reimburses them, just like the insurance company gets paid from the copay assistance. And people are like, well, it's a coupon, nobody pays it, it's just a discount. It's not that at all.
Right.
And it's just, and they're getting paid from me because that money is not going towards my deductible or my out of pocket, and they're getting paid from Amgen. And then
you've got our talking points down, Tammy.
I know. The way I found this out this year was I got a letter in like December from American Eagle Outfitters, and they're like, well, when your copay, when you use up your copay assistance, we have a program that'll get you through 2021. And I'm like, why would I use up my copay assistance? That wouldn't happen, And then it's like, oh yeah, well, because your copay is $1,250. And I'm like, wait a minute, my copay? And they're like, oh yeah. So the benefits manager where I work, or where my husband works, has an autoimmune disease. So she did put in this, they contracted for a secondary company to pick up that copay, well, allegedly, because it doesn't start till July. So I'm not holding out a lot of confidence, but to pick up that copay through 2021. But come 2022, I can't afford Tesla. You know, and it's the only thing in almost 30 years that's worked for longer than 6 months.
That's the same thing with my Stelara. I was on that I finally found that I counted up how many medications I had tried. It was almost 20 different medications. And I finally got onto the Stelara, and it works. And now that I'm on Medicare, I'm screwed.
Yeah.
Have either of you ever tried Enbrel? Because they do, that's the one company I know that has the
that was the first program. Yeah, that was the first. No, they all have the assistance program.
Yeah. That works with
but
Medicare.
Not for
they don't work with Medicare.
It does for me, but might be income based.
Okay. Yeah.
Because I'm on Medicare and Enbrel, and I'm on their copay plan. It's different. It's
yeah. Well, that's what Sue said. She was over their limit.
What?
She was over the income limit.
It's a fairly substantial limit, but I can understand a lot of people would be.
Yeah.
I happen to not be, so thank God for me.
Yeah, you're
I feel for all the other people that that's not the case too.
So I guess the question is, are both of these issues going to be addressed in Washington?
I can't. You know, I don't know that they're ever going to fix the Medicare and biologics, because you can't use coupons. See, now I'm saying it. Copay assistance with any medication with Medicare, because they consider it a kickback, right, Leah?
Yep.
Isn't that why?
Exactly.
Yeah.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's right.
Yeah, so I mean, I think it's a good question. You know, I wish I had the ability to look into the future and know if we were going to get relief on these issues soon. I do think there's a crescendo of voices around these challenges, and I think as as our community brings forward the experiences that we've had and other communities talk about these challenges, I think there's a recognition that the therapies alone are not enough, that you need individuals to be able to access the therapies. And I do feel like that's a different understanding today than certainly when we started working on this, several years ago. And, some of you live in states where we've seen some of the Oregon senators, for example, have been very outspoken on Medicare reform. I think there's a number of members of Congress that have talked about trying to address some of these issues. The Medicare one is challenging just because it's such a complex law, and to open that up, once you open things back up and try to change stuff, you end up having a lot of people that want to do a lot of change. But I do think that this issue is well known, and it is one that there is interest in bringing relief to. I think the accumulator topic, that you just talked about, Tammy, I have seen an enormous buzz on that issue at both the state and federal level, with, I think, the thought of we've got to get ahead of this, that because some plans have really started doing that this year, we can't let it become a practice that these are in place in every plan and then we're trying to beat it back later. So what I'm seeing is a real push at both the federal and the state level to try to block plans from putting these in place before they've actually used them. So, I'm on the one hand, it's probably good that most people don't know about this issue, because to me that says your plan hasn't adopted the practice yet. But it's something we are concerned will spread like wildfire, and so the NPF and other groups are trying to address it right now.
Well, and Leah.
Oh, go ahead, Stacy. Go ahead.
Sorry. So, hi, Matt. Good to see everyone. I'm Dr. Stacy Bell. I'm fortunate to serve as the Chief Scientific and Medical Officer and work with Leah on many of these things. I see in the chat about, suggesting having a community education event just focused on advocacy. And I think that it would be a good idea just because there are so many nuances and things to this. I think that the thing I wanted to add, and this is something that Leah and I have had a lot of discussions about, and that is really broadening our educational base. So she and that team are not feeling like it's a whack-a-mole scenario. So some of the things with Medicare, it's harder, and that becomes more complicated, as Leah indicated. But even just from a payer perspective, we've been doing a lot of efforts to try to help them understand
the systemic nature of the disease, the heterogeneity of response to treatment. You know, things like I heard from you today and from so many others, you know, I've tried 8 medications, I've tried 10 medications, you know, and finally I found this one that worked. And then all of a sudden that particular treatment is no longer on your formulary, you know? Yep. And so it's really helping them understand that it can't be like that for the overall benefit and long-term health outcomes for our community. And so Leah and I are trying to do a payer education program. You know, you were fortunate today, everyone, to see many of our providers join us for the award ceremony. We have education programs for them to help them understand a lot of these things. We also need to start doing it for the payer community. We try to do it for the legislators too, but of course that's just a shorter segment. But you know, we'll continue those efforts across the board because I think it is really a marriage between the advocacy efforts and the understanding on the scientific and clinical realm for these advances really to happen. And Leah, I don't know if you have anything further to add in that regard, but I think that's really important.
Can I say something?
Yeah, Sue, please.
I actually did 3 appeals. My doctor did 2 appeals, and the third one was actually a hearing with the Medicare judge. And my doctor was on that call. It was remote. I could tell right from the start that the answer was going to be no, and I was right. I asked them, the appeal was to change, you know, to lower the formulary. No, the answer was no. And there was no reason. It was just, in fact, at the hearing, she did not give her decision. She did it remotely. It was a mailing. That's right. I got a letter from Medicare saying that it was turned down. No reason.
Yeah, it's so unfortunate.
Yeah, it really is. And I think, I obviously can't comment on the specifics, Sue, of kind of what the rationalization was for that decision. But when we engage with insurers around these issues, one of the things that we do see, to Stacy's point, is that there's not a real understanding about the systemic nature of the disease and why one therapy is not necessarily interchangeable for another. And so we will actually work with Stacy and her team to bring our medical board members onto the phone with insurers to talk through some of the things that insurers are not thinking about when they design plans. And so I think having that partnership and the ability to really draw from the excellent medical expert volunteers you heard earlier, I think makes a big difference in our work.
Yeah, the insurer actually was on the phone at the time too, and there was nothing that they said very little. It was simply a unilateral decision, I believe, on the judge's part. I don't know. I've given up with the appeals.
Can I chime in?
Yeah, Jen, but we're up against the clock, so if you could make a quick comment, please.
I'll make it real quick,
to wrap it up.
So I'm noticing in the chat, there's a lot of, things about saying, how do we change this? How do we do that? Tammy, Leah, myself, Stacy, all that. I encourage you guys to get involved in advocacy. We have the Western Advocacy Committee. We have the Eastern Advocacy Committee. Start getting involved in those phone calls. Those are where we're making the steps to show the pathway to get our voices heard. I encourage to get involved there, and then that way they're led and we can direct you guys and help lead you guys to let you know where your voices can be heard. And then we're making sure we're pushing and letting them know that, hey, we have a voice, we want to be heard, and let's get ourselves growing in numbers.
How do we do that?
Yeah, if you go to NPF,
in the chat.
You go to the .org and then is it /advocacy?
There's lots of, so in the chat is, Shayna's put in a link for how you can get involved. So go there. You can always email advocacy@psoriasis.org too. And, we'll follow back up with you, but Jen's given the plug. I didn't even need to do it. There's a lot of ways you can engage with us in advocacy. And to the point of the question made earlier, we will take whatever time you have. So we will, work, if you've only got 5 minutes a week, we will work with that. If you want to, devote hours to advocacy, we will find activities for you to be involved in. So
I can contact my what's her title?
It'll help you build. it'll help you build a really good relationship with your state senator and congressman and federal, you know, and that's not, but their staff. And then once you do that, it's just, it makes everything a lot easier, you know, for whatever problems you have. You know,
Okay.
it's nice for them to know your name, you know.
Yeah, and I see a comment in the chat about, you know, we've been hearing this for years. I hear you. You know, I think one of the reasons, and I apologize, my 3-month-old just made an appearance, all day meeting. She was looking for mom. You know, it is frustrating for the staff as well. I can tell you, you know, I've worked for the NPF for 9 years, and I like Matt, when we as staff hear the stories of your personal challenges, you know, we're trying to find everything we can do to address them. And I think, again, I'm going to be hopeful that with the party changes in Washington and changes in leadership in a way that give one party control to Democrats, that there may be opportunities. Part of the reason that I actually started our state team at the NPF now back 7 years ago is because of the gridlock in Washington and the fact that we couldn't get the very bipartisan issues that we work on, we couldn't get those moved just because nothing was moving. And so we saw opportunities at the state level, and we've now passed bills in 30 states around step therapy and out-of-pocket costs. It's piecemeal though, and that doesn't bring solutions to the folks in the 20 states. And so that's why we want to address these issues at the federal level. And obviously Medicare is a federal issue. So, you know, we will continue working on that, but just know that, you know, when you bring these experiences to us, it's a critical part of how we do our work.
Yeah.
Well, thank you very much.
Yeah. Sue, I think we found what you're going to do for the foundation. So there you go. I'll wrap up by saying this, like Leah said, this is all taken to heart. And if there's one good thing on this issue, as hard as it is to, you know, turn the Titanic, this is a topic that goes beyond just the psoriasis community, right? And like where we've had our biggest successes in advocacy have come, or many of them, I should say, have come when we've teamed up with other patient advocacy groups. And certainly we can get plenty on board for this. So I know it's daunting and I know it's frustrating pertaining, as Lori said, but you know, we're gonna try. And guys, I wanna thank you all. This is a great conversation and very important, but it is time for us to call it a day. I mean, Leah's got to take care of her kid, for Pete's sake.
Well, I have to say thank you, Matt. I unfortunately was not able to be here the whole time. I was with Stacy at the medical board meeting, but we knew you all were in good hands with Matt leading this discussion today. And thank you for
This was
doing it.
perfect timing, Leah. Thank you. But thank you, everybody. Perfect.
Thank you. Thank you all.
Have a lovely day. Enjoy the rest of the weekend.
You too. Bye-bye.
Thank you all.
Bye, y'all.
Mike.
Hi.
Love you.
Thanks.